Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Dago's Cafe. I hope you have your coffee and you're ready to talk. Come on in, hang out, and let's do this. Let's see what we got going on here. Hmm. Good morning, Strike First. How are you? Good to see you here this morning. Welcome, my friend. How are you today? I'm just trying to share this out, sir. Give me a moment. Good to know, good to know. Okay. All right. All right, we got that one shared out. We should be good now. So I did get your message in my comments, Strike First, and I appreciate that. Like I said, we all make mistakes, and it was a really crazy day that day. So I'm glad it's just me and you for right now. Well, maybe not, but there's not as many people. So, but yeah, I do apologize. You know that things aren't like that with me. So, um, I just had to be safe and sure of the situation. So I appreciate you understanding and moving on. Um, we'll just have to watch in the future. That's all. And I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I just want to make sure, but I did remod you, correct? Because of course I can't see it from this side of things. Morning, stranger. How are you, sir? Good to see you, brother. Good deal. Strike first. Yeah. So we have little hiccups like that here and there, but it's all right. You're still here. I'm still here. That's all that matters. Let's give some people some time to jump in here. I wasn't sure if I was going to do this today. I'm just still having technical issues because of my system setup, but I got it working and we're good to go. So we'll make it work until I can get it working the way I want it to work. So, and how are you this morning, stranger? Why is that doing that? I don't understand that. Like I said, weird things going on with this thing. Let me just do this for now. Yeah, we'll do that for right now. Well, I'm doing okay so far. Well, so far, I only see 2 of you guys in chat. It's showing that I have 12 people, but that's okay. Wait till I get a few more in here. I was going to show you guys, well, have you guys listened to an audio interview that I've got with something that had to do with Summer's case. And we can discuss other things as well. That's about it. I should have probably sent this out or shared this out before I started it a little sooner. That way I'd give people a chance to see it and whatnot, but that's all right. We can hold off. I'm not in a huge hurry as long as you guys aren't. Sure. I agree, Strike. There's probably a few of them in there. At least one for sure that I know of that likes to listen. Good morning, Kyle. How are you today? Welcome. Yeah, I've been working on this system. I got a lot of it put together. I'm just waiting on being able to get this hard drive. That's my pretty much my last. That and I want to get a better webcam because I'm gonna start doing video. But it's good to know, Kyle. Once I get the hard drive and the webcam, I have to get a better set of actual speakers too, because I'm going to do certain audio things, and it's going to be a whole different scenario when I get all this stuff together, guys. I promise you. And a lot more entertaining per se. You know, I'll be able to, like I said before, pull things up on my screens and then show you guys different things and so on and so forth. So. Thank everybody that's here. I appreciate you guys. Anybody that's in the background that's not in chat right now, like I said, I appreciate you. I appreciate the support in either stream I do. I appreciate the donations. There's a ticker running on the bottom down there. All those donations are going towards putting this system together that I've done, and I've done decent most of it so far. Like I said, that hard drive. I have everything but that now, and the camera, the newer camera, I should say, and the speakers. Those are not as important as the hard drive, but we're working on it. Definitely working on it. So I appreciate you guys for all that. Absolutely, 100%. I hope everybody had a good day yesterday. I kind of took a break from everything here yesterday, and I just played with this computer all day and put everything together with it. So then I was outside for a while. It was a pretty decent day here weather-wise, so I was out messing with my garage again. I know I talk about that a lot, but I have a huge garage. It's like a 4-car garage, and haven't really, since I've been here, been able to do anything with it, to put anything together, put anything away. So I've been spending whatever good days I've had weather-wise doing it. So also, can you guys hear me okay? Let me know if it's clear, if it sounds like crap or whatever, so I can adjust anything I need to, please. Oh, and anybody that could, if you haven't already, I'm sure Strike has, share this out again for me, please. Just so everybody knows that may not have seen it when I did it. Good deal, Strike. Thank you. Once I get this other system set up, I have a really good microphone. It's going to make things way different sound-wise, and so on and so forth. Give me a second, guys. I think my dog needs to go. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Good morning, Miss Rachel. Hello. How are you? Good to see you here. Good morning, Heather. How's everybody this morning? Hey, you working, Rachel? Just stop through. Yeah, wait till I get a few more people in here. So, what's going on with everybody today? As soon as I get just a few more people in here, I'm going to go ahead and explain this audio interview I have to you, what it's about, who it is, and why we're listening to it in regards to what. And we'll go from there. I just don't want to have to play it twice, and I don't want anybody to come in confused. So, be a few more moments, I should say. How are you today, Rachel? How's your day going? Okay, that's good, Kyle. Good to know. We all know Gus Mob a little, unfortunately. All right. Tell you one thing I found out, guys. I think I hit on this once before, but years ago, I used to be big into computers and this and that and everything else, and before all this kind of stuff really was going on. But I put together a couple different computers, no big deal. And so as I got back into this, when I first started doing this, obviously I'm using this laptop that I have, and it it's okay, but it's not for good for this. It's very low quality and blah blah blah. So I decided that I wanted to, when I started doing this, I realized that I liked it, and I was going to continue doing it. And so I started piecing things together to get a better system. And damn, I'm sure a lot of you guys know who Big Popper is, and I am Wrath. They're both really good with computers. Big Popper's, I guess you could kind of say my co-host, the one that was doing this with me from the beginning. But so me and him got together, along with, like I said, I am Wrath, and started talking about what I was trying to get put together and what I needed for it, and so on and so forth. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I can do this and that for like 150 bucks. Yeah, no, it didn't work that way. So they laughed. They both kind of laughed at me without being rude, like you need this, this, and that, and everything else, and so on and so forth. And more Popper than Wrath. But so I start pricing things myself and realized that, yeah, this stuff is stupid expensive. It is not um, what it used to be for sure. I don't know if they realize that, that computers can be, I don't know what they realize, truthfully. I'm not, they just realize that we can charge stupid amounts of this for this stuff and people are going to pay it regardless. So yeah, here we are. But I've done some, with some of what donations I have received thus far. I've been able to help me put some stuff together, so that's definitely helped. And like I said, this next scenario, because they're a little more expensive, the hard drives, the type of hard drive that I need. Good morning, Miss Happy and Flower. How are you this morning? Good to see you here. So that's pretty much what's holding everything back is that now. But now I realize down the road, and I see now why these gaming computers are stupid expensive. I've seen people spending as upwards of $2,000 to $3,000 to put one of these gaming computers together. And I'm like, why in the hell do you need? Well, I know why now. So it is what it is. So, so let's see here. Got a few other people here now. So this clip that I'm gonna have, Miss Amy actually is the one that brought it to my attention. I was looking for it in other scenarios, but she sent me a link, so I went through it, and it's kind of a generic interview, but it'll work. And one moment. Well, yes, I am paying for it. I should say that much. Flower. That's the problem. It's hard to pay for, but I'm trying very hard. But back to the the piece, or yeah, the clip that I was talking about. Yeah, I know. And you know what, Flower? That would be. It blows my mind, and he doesn't seem to appreciate it either, unfortunately. But I wish to God I could get this stuff given to me, but um, I mean, it is what it is. I'm grateful for everything and anything I have. I always have been, always will be. So, and I thank God every day for the things that I have. So, thanks to Kira for one. Okay, well, that's pretty nice. Damn. Well, why is that, Kyle? Kyle says I left guest mob, and I hope more subscribers leave. Isaac, including Julianne. I can't say why I left. Well, I mean, if you left, it shouldn't matter if you can say why you left or not, should it? If you're gone, including, and why do you think? Why do you hope that Julianne leaves? Inquiring minds want to know. Wow, that's crazy happy. And look where we're at with it now, right? Must be nice. And his top mods for the second one, of course, yeah. That's not good. Well, I mean, I'm sure that they probably did not figure, well, a lot of people didn't figure that things were going to turn out the way they did for them in certain senses, but, yeah, I know, Flower. That's really kind of sad. It is. And she doesn't even seem to really get it when they do it. And it's obvious that there's some kind of a disability in some senses there. I don't know. A lot of it's pretty sad in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's quite a few of the mods that are gone. That's what I mean, Flower. It's really sad in that sense. She just goes with it and devotes her time and her money and her life to it. And meanwhile, right in front of her face, they're saying these things and doing these things. You don't get it. Those kind of things bother me. But that's me. I'm not like everybody. Not everybody's like me. So. We'll figure it out. So touching back on the shoot, let me grab my dog real quick. That way I don't have to be interrupted again. 1 second. All right, guys. Good morning, Lola. How are you? Sorry about that stuff. Kyle says, okay, I left because they say something reckless. I was upset when it comes to kids. They need to leave kids out of adult problem. I do agree with that one, Kyle. um, let's see. So you left, or they asked you to leave. It was what? And if you don't want to say, that's fine with me. I was just kind of trying to follow your story, sir. How are you today, Miss Lola? Great to see you here. Thank you once again for being here. Dennis, the motel. Okay, Julian gives Isaac money secretly through PayPal. That's why he modded her back last year. Julian doesn't understand. I was just using her. Well, we all kind of know that, Dennis. And again, it's sad because I'm sure that that money that she gets is a monthly income that she needs, and it's just wasting it on stuff like this. So it doesn't make sense. But I don't know. That's the sad part of it. Oh, Lola, I'm sorry to hear that, Lola. Yeah, I know the feeling. Believe me, I know the feeling with my back and knees and hips and everything. Not fun. Every morning I get up, I have to sit on the side of the bed for a good 5, 6, 7 minutes. Start to feel my legs again. Jump in the shower, let that hot water hit everything and loosen everything up. Come downstairs, drink my coffee. That awakens me, I guess you could say, and then I got to start moving around because it does not feel good. I don't really take meds for it. I take a cocktail, I guess you could call, of ibuprofen and Tylenol, and it kind of helps. So, speaking of which, I need to take that real quick, guys. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I don't take, I guess you could say, pain meds per se, Lola. They don't. Ohio is like one of the biggest states for opiate abuse, I guess you could say. We had some doctors around here that have ruined that for some people, I guess. Um, we had one doctor in particular in a city that surrounds the area I live in that was writing scripts for. Well, you could go in there and say, "Hey doc, I got a hangnail," and he'll write you out a script for, uh, I guess it's Percocet and Vicodin. And good morning, Miss Debs. And they give out like a monthly script of like 120 or something like that. I think it was. This is coming from somebody, a friend of mine. For nothing. You could even just go in and say, "Hey, my back hurts," or "I have a back problem," or a neck problem, or a hip problem, or something like this, and you walked out of there with, from what I understand, a script of either Percocet or Vicodin, or sometimes both, for what they call, to take in between your regular doses. And a lot of the people ended up with like Valium or Ativan or other like mood altering type medications to go along with it. So this doctor was just like flinging scripts. It's kind of stopped about 4 or 5 years ago, but before that, it was just crazy nonstop going. I was very active and worked 2 jobs until December 21st when I could not get out of bed and the pain was unbearable. Went to the ER right into surgery, complete busted out L4, L5. Oh, right. Yeah, I got you. L5 and L6 are my problems, and they wanted to do surgery, and I don't trust anything that's close to this like in the neck area in the spine, which is why I haven't done it. And I have uh, L5, L6, and I think there's one more, but I can't think of exactly which one. They're bulging to the point where you can see them now. And like if you run your hand down my spine, you can actually feel them. My wife at one point tried to help. There was something that the physical therapist had shown us to do where you can kind of like massage and work them back in. And it does take away some of the pain, but it's been so. Um, yeah, L5, L6, C4, C5. Yes, it is not fun. Like I said, my left leg is always going numb. I've been like if I'm walking through a store or something, I always have to be the one to push the buggy because no multiple times it just I don't know, two or three different times I was in Walmart and I'd be walking and just my leg goes numb and I fall over or like fall into something or just trip or whatever. It's just ridiculous stuff. I mean, some not something that people expect to happen. You know, when we're in our 20s and we think that we have life by the balls per se and can, we're invincible. You don't perceive that in 20 years you're going to be walking around doing this kind of stuff and dealing with this kind of shit. It's not good. So between what I did for a living beforehand, back when I was younger, working for rent-owned companies, I never did it correctly. You're supposed to bend your knees when you lift, and you're supposed to lift a certain way. I didn't do it. Okay, and I never wore a gait belt when I was lifting. I should have done that, or a lumbar support per se. Good morning, Miss Stacy. How are you? Welcome, and great to see you. So I had that issue, and then there was one point in time that and I think this is what actually started it. Um, way long time ago, like 1997 was the first scenario. Um, we were taking um, a side by side refrigerator from somebody's apartment. They lived in an upstairs, a third floor apartment, and they lived um, like in an attic type scenario. So we had to come down two flights of like 13 to 14 stairs. So we got it done the first flight, and then we got to the bottom, and I went up, had to go down and open the door, get it propped open, everything ready. And the guy, this is what blows my mind. The guy that I had working with me that day, because I'm only 5'8", I'm a short guy, and this guy was like 6'3", big dude. And I asked him, I said, "You sit here with the dolly, hold this. I'm going to run downstairs, prop the door open, get everything, prepared for us," which we should have done beforehand, but we didn't. And he's like, "Okay, no problem." I'm like, "Okay, so you're sure you got it, right?" Yeah, no problem. I get down to the bottom of the stairs. I start opening the door, and he's like, "Hey, hey!" And I turn around, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And he was like, I can't." And he let it go. The whole thing come down the stairs, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I was a manager at the time, so I'm always trying to protect whatever you're supposed to protect. And I, for some dumb reason, tried to catch this thing, thinking I could stop it. Well, as the momentum got going down probably the fifth, sixth stair, this thing's just flying down them stairs. I tried to stop it and I ended up riding it into the wall, and it hit me, and I, planted my back into the corner of a wall. Good morning, Elizabeth. Thanks for being here, hon. So, and I mean, I was sore after that happened. I should have just let it go. My regional manager at the time had said, "Why did you do that? You should have just let it go." Blah blah blah. And then they're like, "Well, now we got to do a workers' comp thing." I said, "No, I'm fine. I did, which I should have done then, but I didn't. Being a young kid, you're kind of stupid, so inexperienced, I should say. So I didn't do anything. I felt okay. I was a little bit sore, like I said, bruised. Um, Went home, rested, took a shower, Tylenol, blah 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 blah. Okay. I didn't. I mean, I felt sore for maybe 2 3 days, and then I seemed to be okay. So I move on with life and so on and so forth, and I ended up becoming a firefighter and all this other crap and so on and so forth. And um, the other situation happened. This was quite a few years after. And that time, I think I had already done some kind of slight damage. This is what my doctor thinks. Good morning, Heather. Welcome, and thanks for being here. Um, that there was possibly some damage done with that. So when I went and landed, I fell through. It was about, I want to say, maybe 10 foot. Okay. I can't give you exacts, but it was right around a 10 foot. I fell through the floor, and what had happened was the floor had burnt around the spot that I was standing in, and I was on my knees. And it probably would have been worse if I'd have been standing up, but I was on my knees with that. You do search and rescue when you go into a burning house. And you have to be down on your knees because of the smoke. And I had an axe in one hand, and I'm waving it across the floor. And what you're supposed to do with search and rescue is, because you can't see, you're looking for the possibility of people being in there, okay, during the fire. So I'm doing that, and I'm swiping this axe across the floor. I don't feel anything. I'm not hitting anything. Anything you hit, you're supposed to crawl it over to it, grab it, touch it, feel it, find out what it is. Um, Absolutely, Heather. I'm so happy to have you here. So as I was backing up I bumped something, and it ended up being a dresser. So as I was backing up um, from, I guess what had happened was, on the bottom floor, the fire had burnt up on the walls into the frame of the second floor. Okay, and it burnt out what's the structure that holds the floor into the walls per se. So I backed up, and I was only about 175 pounds at that time. And as I was backing up, I felt like a movement in the floor, like it felt a little spongy. So I tried to get back around from that area, and as I did, I hit a worse spot and fell down. Well, when I came down and went through the floor, I fell down like it was head like, I guess I could. It's hard to explain it without seeing it, but hitting on my knees down, and I leaned back. I don't know if I was thinking I was going to stand up and land on my feet like a cat or whatnot, but it doesn't work that way, people. And ended up falling flat on my back. And when I did, the Scott pack, or the O2 tanks that we wear, was on my back, and I landed like flat on that. When I did, I felt a pop, 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 pop in my back, which at first was not a big deal. And I'm laying there for a minute. My pass alarm starts going off because I wasn't moving. And there's alarms that firefighters wear on their jackets that starts beeping a really loud, high pitched noise. If you're not moving for a certain amount of time, that way they can find you guys if somebody were to get knocked out or get hurt or injured or something like that. So I was laying there for a minute because I was like, okay, making sure I was good, and, wiggling my feet and my fingers and toes because it just freaked me out. My pass alarm starts going off. The lieutenant from my unit came in, grabbed me, and dragged me out through the door. And then he asked what happened because he knew I was on the second level. And I explained to him. They're looking up at the floor, and the guys are looking down through the floor at me. And I'm like, okay. Pulled me out. I got up because I felt like I could move. I had no numbness, no nothing, anything. Took me outside, and I took off my tank, did this, started flexing, moving around. Everything seemed okay. About a week later, I had swelling. I had numbness. I had weird, like tingly feelings everywhere. So I went to my doctor, and that's when they started seeing all these things. I had to have MRIs, X-rays with contrast, where they inject you with a fluid, which made me sick, by the way. I threw up immediately. I don't know what the fluid's made of. I think it's like a radioactive fluid, so that they can see inside and everything. And then things just got worse from there. And now I have neuropathy in both feet. I have degenerative disc disease. I have 3 bulging discs, 2 herniated. I have permanent nerve damage in my neck. My left side is typically the side I have most problems in. Years ago, Elizabeth, years ago. And like I said, I'll have my left leg will go numb and just feel like it's not there. Sometimes when I'm walking, if I sit too long, I have to stand up. If I stand too long, I have to sit down. It's just so on and so forth. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of weird, Elizabeth, but it made me sick immediately. But they brought up surgery 3 different times, and I don't want to do it because there's a very large chance of being paralyzed from the surgery. So I will not do it. I won't. And I've dealt with the pain every day since I don't move around as much. So I picked up some pounds. I'm not, for me, I'm obese, but I'm not, I'm just big. Typical dad body, I guess you could say. But mainly because I can't exercise. I can't walk as much. I can't do as much as I used to do. Although lately I've been trying to. Sometimes I walk with a cane. It just depends on how it is. But I get around. I do things. Yeah, I go out in the yard with my grandkids, and play and stuff like that. But um, yeah, that was true too, Elizabeth. It kind of felt like, yeah, I was peeing fire. It was weird, very weird. Obviously, it's radioactive liquid, so yeah. I even asked when they did it, kind of made a joke. I said, "So am I going to turn into the Incredible Hulk now when I get mad, or what?" And they just looked at me like I was crazy. But uh, I don't know. Give me a second, guys. I absolutely, positively hate telemarketers. But anyway, so yeah, I had asked them. I'm like, "So cool. Am I going to turn into the Hulk now when I get mad?" And the two people must not have had a sense of humor. And I was nervous, so I was trying to make light of it. And they just looked at me, and I'm like, okay, so either they don't know who the Hulk is, or I'm just stupid, because that's what they made me feel like. And the one guy said, no, it's going to let us see things better than we do. So just lay down and relax. I'm like, okay, that made me comfortable. So whatever. But that's that scenario. And after that, I've gone and worked minimal jobs. In sales. I tried a telemarketing position once, and it just doesn't work because I can't sit that long. Um, for AT&T, actually. Well, I don't want to say telemarketing. I worked for AT&T's business to business scenario with in sales, and I did troubleshooting, stuff like that via computer, and I like doing it. Don't get me wrong, but I can only sit for a certain amount of time without standing up. Like there's multiple times that I've been doing these streams and I've had to stand up and do it because I'll start to go numb and I have to loosen back up, so on and so forth. And if I stand for too long, the same thing happens that way. So I have to stand, sit, sit, stand, sit, lay down sometimes, stand up. But it is what it is. And then I worked for two uh, auto parts stores because I've always been into fixing cars and motors and stuff as a hobby. So, I enjoyed doing that kind of stuff. So I worked there as a salesperson and at one point became the commercial sales manager for that. But that's what we're going to talk about today, Happy. I was just getting some people in here, but I started talking about something else. But we're going to go over, and I'm going to have you guys listen to the interview with Jose that lived with the Wells family. That's what we're going to bring up and listen to today. But thanks for bringing that up, Happy. That way I don't have to. Thank you very much. Good morning, Miss Tina. How are you? It's great to see you here, ma'am. So, yeah, we're going to be listening to that. I guess I'll shut up, guys. I got rambling, but we're going to listen to that. It's kind of the way I have to set it up. It's kind of a generic interview, the way you guys are going to catch it. But Jose was somebody that had lived with the Wells for a while when Don Wells, the father of Summer, was out of state. And right, exactly, Happy. That's what I was saying. He shared a whole lot as Summer herself, as a person, as a child, how she was, a lot about what went on in the Wells house, um, things like that we don't know from being in the position that we're in. and it kind of shines a little light on some extra things that kind of give you ideas as to why I made my decisions about Candace and Dawn, and the feelings that I have towards them as parents and people, as well as a couple other things that I never really touched on, but a thought that I had in regards to somebody brought it up during this. Candace, which is Summer's mother, having a relationship with the boy Hunter that went to the swimming hole with them that day, at a 15-year-old boy, in some senses. And as weird as it sounds, um, good morning, America. Good, good morning, Tina. So that's why I was going to have you guys listen to this. Miss Amy linked it to me, which I was looking for it. I was gonna pull it up, but she'd already done it. So thank you so much, Miss Amy, wherever you are. And like I said, I'm gonna have you guys listen to that and give me your opinion. And honestly, I thought that the Jose gentleman was hiding and was avoiding everything, but it comes to be different circumstance in some senses. So um, I was kind of impressed with the interview. And again, the interview was through where'd it go? I have not seen it, but there is a problem with having another man in here. Oh, Lola, I absolutely agree. There she is. Good morning, my dear. Um, Probably Kyle. I hope so. Well, I mean, they don't think so, but we all do. Yeah, Lola, I agree. Like, it doesn't make, first of all, your father goes out of town, or the father or your husband goes out of town to work, to whatever he's doing, and you don't bring another man in to live there and to take care of your children and your home and so on and so forth, for whatever reasons. But there's been multiple accounts of people stating that Candace had some sort of a relationship, that Grandis had some sort of relationship, that the Hunter's mother, Allie, had a relationship with this guy, and so on. I mean, it's just weird. The whole situation's weird. Decimals thinks they're amazing. They smell like shit. Yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am. Lemmings. You guys are all hitting great points this morning. That's for sure. Uh, so, um, yeah, I'm gonna pull it. Like I said, you guys are gonna have to bear with my situation because of my equipment right now. But I'm gonna have you guys listen to this. This is, again, I'm using the link that Miss Amy sent me. Thank you again, Miss Amy. Again, I was looking for a good one, and there's like 15 different versions of this. This one's probably one of the better versions of it, as far as sound goes and quality goes. So you guys are gonna get it third hand, um, and I apologize for that. Eventually, I've already talked about it hundreds of times. I will have the stuff I need to be able to make this work the right way for you guys. So that being said, um, give me a moment here to get this set up for you guys, and we will go from there. One moment here. Talks amongst yourselves, if you may, just until I get this set up, please. And this is coming, guys, from another true crime um, uh, setup. I don't know why I just went blank like that. True Justice for All is a very close friend and associate. They work together with Molly Golightly, hence Heels to the Ground, who deals with this stuff on a regular basis. So, and Justice is really good at what he does, and he has hiccups like we all do. So, Again, bear with me with this. Like I said, you guys are getting this third party. Once I start playing it, please let me know if everything sounds clear and everything is good, at least decent quality for you guys. Because I'm sorry that I can't give you the best, but I'm going to give you the best I can. So, okay, give me a moment. I'm almost there, and we will be ready. Also, guys, when Justice did this interview, he did it with a good luck, Tina, so much. I'll pray for you. So, promise you that I have great feelings that this is going to work out for you. Absolutely, yes, you do have this. No lie. I have 100% faith, dear. But let me know what happens. Please do. Um, when Justice did this, he did it with kind of like I'm doing this, but he had a panel set up and he had a few different people on his panel that were giving, because he'll stop and he'll um, review what he's heard and so on and so forth, kind of like I do too. But yeah, you guys have seen and heard this kind of stuff, so you'll understand. But just make sure, like I said, let me know how it sounds, and we'll talk about it after the fact. But let me get it rolling here in a moment. Give me a second, guys. All right, guys, here we go.
Hi, Lori.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you, dear?
I'm doing well.
Good. I see you.
And please let me know if you can hear this
Hi,
okay.
I see you. Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
Good. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Still running on adrenaline. Yeah, I bet.
Spring to the top of your game with Suddenlink.
Get reliable high-speed internet for just $29.99 a month.
Sorry about that, guys. Gonna have the commercials.
And with the government's new affordable connectivity program, you may be eligible to get free internet. Only at Suddenlink. Click now. Spring to the top of your game with Suddenlink. Get reliable high-speed internet for just $29.99 a month.
I hate when that happens.
And a $50 Visa prepaid card. And with the
One
government's
moment,
new affordable
please.
connectivity program, you may be eligible to get free internet. Only at Suddenlink. Click now.
Where did it go? See, this is what I hate when this happens. Drives me nuts. 1 second, please. Sorry, everybody. And let me re-explain
My name is Allie, and
that
So what do I do with all the clothes from my
this
some of the items, like the
was a link that came from Miss Amy. And as I was saying, I looked around after she sent it to me, and I found 15 different versions of it, and they were all horrible. Okay, and that's good, Happy. Thank you for letting me know that. They were all horrible. This was the best version that was found, and once again, everybody thank Miss Amy. And it is Justin from Injustice, and he's doing it on a panel. So you're going to hear him. You're going to hear whoever's on his panel occasionally talking. So I wish I could have gotten a better version of this myself, but this is the best one that I did find, and this is why I wanted you guys to hear it.
So I wish I could have gotten
And let's see here. One moment. Let's try this again.
But how are you, dear?
I'm doing well.
I see you. Hi, I see you.
Okay.
I see you. Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
Good. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Still running on adrenaline. Yeah, I bet. You guys did such a wonderful job, really.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you guys, we're just offering commentary on the video. I just kind of pause it every so often, and you guys can join in the conversation. I'd like to hear all of your thoughts and opinions. Just thought he was there for, like,
For y'all.
good.
Good. How are you doing?
Okay, now these are the people coming up on panel.
On adrenaline. Yeah, I bet.
Donnie wasn't in the residence. Hold on, no. Okay, I'll text you again.
All
Hi,
right.
Chris.
Hey, Justin.
I think it's about to start. He's setting up his panel and everything there. I'm trying to get.
I really think, I think he, for the most part, I feel like he was truthful, and I think that, Kitty May, I think you hit the nail on the head right there. Which chat's going so fast, I can't see it. You could hear the compassion, and he has a lot of regrets, and that's really hard to live with. My dad used to say, "It's too late to say uh-oh." You know what I mean? Which means, don't second guess yourself when you feel that inner feeling that we're supposed to feel.
And right there, he's talking about Jose himself, how he felt. Again, just so anybody that popped in knows, Jose is somebody that had stayed at the Wells home at one point when Dawn was out of town. And for a very, very short period of time when Dawn came back into town, Dawn was out of town as a contractor working, which is where a lot of this came from. So
if everybody could mute, I would appreciate it. And then we'll get started.
And here it comes, guys. If anybody has any problems hearing anything or questions, let me know, and we'll go from there. And thank you once again so much, Amy, for this.
You believe something, you please put in my opinion or allegedly in the chat, because a lot of people can take things as fact, and that is also how misinformation can get out, and we don't want that because there's been enough in this case. So, Jose, how are you doing today? Hanging in there, actually. Rough night, but doing okay. Good, good. Yeah, you're a hard one to track down. I literally was, I had mental.
Are you guys hearing this okay? Because I think at the beginning of the interview, Justin had some reflex issues with the sound kind of bouncing back because of his sound, and then I just want to make sure it's coming okay for you guys. So
I just went on grid to get myself back together again. Yeah. So Jose, can you tell us how you how did you get down to Tennessee? What led you down there? How long did you stay in Tennessee? And just the general concept.
Thank you,
I'll
Happy.
give the floor to you right now. Okay, so basically, I was going through a real bad divorce, and I basically had a psychotic break, and I was staying with a friend of mine that actually was going to move down to Tennessee, and I wound up going with them to go down there, and where we were supposed to stay, the place had fell through. We didn't really have anywhere to stay, and my friend was, his children's mother had lived down there, and he had a friend that basically had a room, and no one wanted to stay there, but because of what I was going through, I decided to just stay in Tennessee, and I wound up renting the room from Candace, and they were great to me, they were actually real nice, they helped me out, and so I was basically staying with them. I was almost there a good 6 months living there. Okay, and just a question, how many of you guys in chat, whenever we started, whenever we heard about Jose being there, how many of you thought that he was just staying for, I just thought he was there for like a week or two. I never knew he was there for 6 months. To me, the way that they made it sound like, he was just there for 3 seconds.
That's how I thought
not
too.
Not literally, but you know what I mean, like just a minute. Anybody comment?
Now, also, guys, okay, going back real quick to a part of the story that I told you guys before, and a lot of you guys have followed this now, I know that, so I'm pretty sure Happy's followed this from the beginning, and I know Miss Lola did too. So part of the alibi, we'll say, quote unquote, that was given was a phone call from Dawn, okay, where Dawn was stating that there was a weird guy on their property that touches kids, excuse me, guys. And that was part of the alibi that, was via a phone call that Hunter had talked about in his interview with Chris McDonough. And he said he asked Candace what that was all about, the phone call from Dawn, and this will lead you into understanding this, okay? Because I had mentioned something before about when they were swimming at the swimming hole, whatever you guys call it, the horse pond, I guess they call it there. when Hunter was drinking the twisted tea, and I had given you guys my two theories, about Summer possibly drinking it too. But this goes into something I hadn't touched on a whole lot, only because it wasn't. I mean, it was brought up, but it was dismissed immediately. But I still think that there may have been a relationship between Hunter, the 15-year-old boy, and Candace, okay, who is a grown, I think she's 37 or 38 years old woman. But again, relating to that, I've also said multiple times that Candace, in my mind and in my opinion, has the mentality of a 15-year-old boy, which is why they related so well. And of course, a 15-year-old boy, if a grown woman approaches him, at that age in life, any 15-year-old boy, and if there's any other men in here right now, what's up, BBY, Becca, how are you? If anybody is going to, at 15 years old and a grown woman approaches you, a 15-year-old boy's sexuality is peaking right there at that point in their life, and they're just excited about it. And it's like, how many boys are going to turn away from that, So this again was just a weird situation for me. And again, it was dismissed. It was brought up multiple times in the investigation, but dismissed. So going back to what I was saying, I'm leading out to different points for you guys to grab a hold of here. But this was the phone call that was made in the truck, supposedly, according to Hunter, where Dawn said, there's a weird guy on our property that touches kids and blah, 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 blah. And Hunter, related that to Chris McDonough, and then they moved on. So that being said, I think that they were referring to Jose because as you'll see in the interview, that I think Dawn and Jose had an issue with each other, or Dawn had an issue with Jose being there, probably because he knew the situation, because I'm feeling that, Candace was doing stuff with him too. But again, these things are relayed through this interview. So I'm sorry for rambling. I just want to make sure everybody's on. I mean, there's few people in here that know it, but anybody that doesn't, everybody's on top of what's going on.
Let's see. Approximately when did you, was you in Tennessee staying with the Wells to approximately when did you leave?
This would be maybe, I believe it was February or March. I remember it was winter time. We wound up going down there, and I left like a little bit almost before we were touching fall, you could say.
Okay. Okay, go ahead with your story. You're fine.
So I was staying with them at the time, and they was helping me. At the time, Donnie wasn't in the residence at that time. He was actually in Utah at that time, and I was renting from Candace. She was there with her mother as well, and her 4 children. Well, not her 4, because Josie actually wasn't there either. Josie was with Donnie Wells in Utah.
Okay.
So in the house, it was basically Waylon, Wyatt, and Summer in the house. And so while I was staying there, a lot of things had transpired while I was there. I guess they all liked me in the sense of relationships wise. They found I was cute or whatever, but at the time, because of what I was going through, I really didn't want to hook up with no relationship type deal. I was just trying to get myself together, having severe nightmares and things like that. And so while I was there, I could remember the first time I initially walked into the home that we were coming up.
I do want to say that allegedly, I believe at least, Allie did a little bit of an interview this morning, and she says that
Allie, guys, real quick. Again, I'm sure you guys know this, but I'm just reiterating. Allie is Hunter's mother and was friends with Candace and Dawn at one point in time until whatever happened happened. So just to let you know that.
The reason her and Candace got into it was because basically Candace was all over Hunter, if you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And that she has stated this morning that she had recent, I don't know how recent it was or anything, that she has filed charges against Candace.
Well, there you
allegedly.
go.
But we still don't know. But she said they're just dragging their feet more or less. So, yeah. So we'll, that should be very interesting to, see. Yes, guys, keep it classy. If you can't say anything nice, don't say it at all. We are adults. We can verbalize our opinions without being rude or mean or anything like that. Hello, Mountain Girl. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, Chris?
I'm good again. I fell off.
Good. You fell off. Okay, gotcha. How are you? You doing okay, Mountain Girl?
I am. I actually did not know that you were doing a second part until I was finishing my live a little while ago, and somebody had chimed in Purple Nights and said that you were going live, and I'm like, what? I'm like, I have to hurry up and get off so I can watch.
Okay. Yeah, I would absolutely. I would like to definitely come to support your channel as well. If one of the mods will put Mountain Girl's link in the chat, I would appreciate it. So we're just offering commentary on the video. I just kind of pause it every so often, and you guys can join in the conversation. I'd like to hear all of your thoughts and opinions. Okay.
Morning, Becca.
But while the video is playing, if you don't mind muting it.
I'm going to jump down and help chat.
Okay. I'm going to probably mod a few more people.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to go down too.
Okay. The driveway, how to get up there. Their lawn was if you was in another state, they probably would have got fined for the way that lawn was, because how tall it was. The lawnmower was sitting there. The kids didn't really have much play area. Also, at the time, I also found out there was a poisonous snake lurking around in the yard. They had a beehive hidden under the lawn by the driveway. It was pretty bad. I found all these things out after I mowed that lawn for them so the kids could play. I remember the first time I initially walked in through the door, I was pretty much shocked at what I saw, because as you entered, you see mattresses on the floor, blankets were thrown all over the place, and TV was in a certain particular corner with movies piled up, and then as you entered through another door, you got to the kitchen area, and truly it was disgusting. Dishes piled up, looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. Roaches all over the place. I remember asking them to use the bathroom, and you would walk a little bit and had to go behind these double dressers.
Morning, Robin.
That they basically turned into a wall, so you couldn't see someone actually using the toilet. So they had the toilet there and the sink and the shower, which was like a shower stand. And where the shower was, when you looked down, it was supposed to be like a little closet area where they had all their clothes just hung up and things like that. So when they were taking me to where I was going to sleep, it was downstairs in the cellar. And I was thinking, I don't see no stairs, how the hell am I going to get down there? And when I looked, just behind this counter that they had that basically looked like a bar that they built. There was a hole in the ground, and you just walked down those stairs, and you were into the cellar. And when you looked to the left was the parents' room. And
Now, when you say cellar, do you mean basement?
yes,
Okay.
basically yes, the basement.
Okay.
Okay, so when you walk down those stairs as you're going down through the hole, you would look to the left, and to the left was a big open area. They had a 42-inch TV on a shelf. Their door to access outside into the driveway was there. They had a couch in front of that door, and then their mattress was basically on the floor. They didn't have no bed rails or anything. It was center blocks on the floor, and the mattress was on top of those center blocks.
Whose bed was that?
And then that was the parents' room.
Okay, downstairs.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say there was a couch in front?
What's that?
I think that's just the video, Justin.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's the video.
I'm so blind sometimes, guys. It's so sad. God help me, Lord. Thank you, Miss Fletcher, for becoming a member. Jose did tell me something this morning. He was saying with the interview room, you know how he said there was a hole somewhere where they could, like, I guess there's a hole in the floor where the heat could raise up. You guys remember that yesterday? Anybody in the panel? Can you talk?
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you.
No, I don't. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he said there's a hole in the floor where the heat goes up. Oh my goodness, members everywhere. Thank you, Mrs.
Oh, Lord.
Fletcher.
He said they put a couple holes in the floor.
Yeah, and he said in one of Chris's videos, I guess when he's in the house with Candace, yes, Dr. Burns, yes, exactly, holes in the floor for heat. But he said that's where the kids allegedly watched, I guess, Allie's stepdaughter, I want to say he said, or maybe it was Candace's stepson is what he said.
Are you talking about, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Are you talking about where he said the peephole, where he watched?
Yeah, you know how he says, he calls the basement a cellar, but I think that's what he meant by the peephole, as you know,
Oh, okay.
that as a peephole. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I'll read the text to you here in just a little bit. Thank you, M. Noble. Appreciate your super sticker. Thank you guys for becoming members. Appreciate you.
I remember that, but I don't remember a hole in the floor.
Actually, Becca, Miss Amy linked this to me, and Molly had mentioned it, but I searched around after Amy linked it to me and tried to find, different versions of it. This was the best version of it, which blew my mind. But I decided to use it, and we can all again thank Miss Amy for it. Real quick, I was going to say something too, something that blows my mind about this. Everything you're hearing about this house, the way it was set up, built, the holes in the floors for heating and this and that, everything. This blows my mind because this man is a contractor. He does drywall and framing and stuff like that for a living. Like, wouldn't you think that you would want to maybe use your skills to put your own home together, before even worrying about going to work to do it? And obviously he made money, because if he had his own business, you got to have some kind. I don't know too many contractors that do this for a living that don't have some kind of money, and it was amazing because when Chris McDonough did his interview where he went in the house and you saw the house, they showed the bar type countertop that was hiding the stairs to go downstairs. They showed the kids' room is in the basement. They showed the kitchen, which was a disaster, blah, 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 blah. Okay. After Summer went missing and CPS came and took the other two boys, or other three boys, I believe, because even Josie was taken, I believe. And there's no doors on the bathrooms. There's no this, there's no that. Yes, Heather, I believe they are. So what's the deal? I'm sorry, but what after the kids were taken, they went back through and showed recent pictures. The whole house has been redone. So imagine that. Um, no problem. Happy. Have a good day. I'll see you maybe this evening or later, hon. But thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. But yeah, guys, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do it after your kids are taken, but why couldn't you do it beforehand? It's just ignorant. There's no point in. This is why I'm angry with people like this that have children, because you just don't deserve them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was for the heat.
Interesting.
Appreciate you. God bless you. Any other comments?
Of the door that goes outside?
Correct. Yes, that was to prevent any of the kids opening and closing that door. You know, when y'all finally contacted me, just going a little ahead, when y'all had contacted me and was telling me everything that's going on, I could clearly remember that, looking at these videos as they were talking with Donnie, and he's like, well, Summer's pretty intelligent. She could have opened that door, but no, there is no could have. There is a definite, because she had the consistency of always unlocking the door and walking out whenever they see fit. And this was not just Summer. This was also Waylon and Wyatt as well. So they would just come in and out freely, Candace,
the door did lock.
for them. Excuse me?
The door
You
did
said
lock.
the door does lock, or it did not lock?
No, it did not lock. Something was wrong with the lock, and they couldn't find the key, so they basically had this.
Jose said yesterday. No, Jose is definitely not Hunter's father. Jose told me, I believe it was the night before last, that door was never, ever locked. Maybe they fixed it after Summer went missing, but it was never locked because, something was wrong with the lock, but it was never locked. So, even someone could have been down there waiting, or even a parent could have been down there waiting. Who knows?
I've always thought that.
The larger one, it looked like it was a sofa bed, but it wasn't, and it was blue, and they had that pushed up against the entranceway of the door, and that's where the kids would hang out and sit and watch the TV, watch movies and cartoons and things like that.
Okay, so the couch was inside, right? It wasn't like an out there.
Yes, no, it was inside of Candace and Donnie's room, but it was pressed up against the wall that literally the door was there.
Okay.
And I slept in the room adjacent to them. And in that room adjacent to them was basically the kids' playroom. And all their toys was in there and stuff.
Right, Becca.
Another thing was when I seen a photo of where they showed how the boys' beds were and things like that. That bed was never there. That bed was the bed I slept in the cellar. It was literally pushed up against the wall, and the rest of the room was the kids' room that had all their toys. And I remember it specifically because the kids would always come downstairs, hey, Jose, how you doing? And I'm like, hey, what's up? And they would be like, we came to play with our toys. And I would be laying there, and I'll be like, go ahead, have at it. Go play with your toys, And Candace would yell from upstairs. That, leave Jose alone. He's trying to get rest and stuff. And I would tell her, don't worry about it. They're kids. Let them play. I really don't care at all whatsoever. So it was basically my room / their playroom, which I never denied them entrance. There was no door to the room. They could just freely walk in.
Was there doors anywhere in that?
Which again, You know, I'm not saying anything about Jose, but first of all, you don't move a strange man into your home when you have children and your husband's not there. Second of all, you do not make that strange man's bedroom your children's playroom at the same time. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know this guy from Adam. You don't know what history he has. You don't know the type of person he is. You don't know any of that. So you're going to send your three children downstairs to play in a playroom with this man that you don't know. This is my issue with this. And I agree with you, Becca, about you can't get a damn lock on the door when you got three kids that can go in and out of it. Like, come on. It just, this whole family is a train wreck. And just more and more that you hear, it just makes it worse and worse and worse. So,
And anywhere in the house?
Only the doors to get in and out of the home.
Here's the thing, Amy. They showed when Chris McDonough had done it. Candace like was showing the bedroom, and she called that the Summer's bedroom. Okay, that mattress that was on the floor that Jose's saying was his mattress. They must have drug over there. Obviously, at one point, I guess Summer didn't have a bedroom. Okay, so and if she did, they never showed it. They never talked about it. So Candace said to Chris McDonough that big ass queen size mattress on the floor with all those toys around it was Summer's room and her bed. And then directly across from that was a bunk bed built into the wall. And I believe that belonged to Josie or I'm sorry, Waylon and the other boy. And then Josie had a room upstairs. So hearing what he's saying though is that was his bed in a different part of the basement, and they just did that after he was gone. So who knows? Once again, another reason that I have angst towards these people for not taking care of their children correctly. So moving on.
Okay, so but there was no internal door.
There was an internal door from the first room you entered to the front of the house to get into the kitchen. It was a blue door with a glass window. And that door, when the kids were, not behaving, this was after Donnie came back.
Hey, 1 second, Jose. 1 second, Jose. I see you having some feedback. Your mic may be, okay, there we go. Go ahead. Sorry, Jose.
Take the whole thing.
Okay, so Donnie will always keep that blue door closed, and he would tell the kids,
yes, Amy,
don't mess with the lock. We don't have a key for this door. Leave the door.
Can you imagine being an adult and not having doors on your bathroom? Or thank you, Tanya. Appreciate you. You members, and you did a great job with Jose. Thank you. You're very kind. Appreciate it.
No, I cannot imagine.
And just the lack of privacy of using the restroom. You don't want your kids to sit there and watch you be on the toilet. And it's very demeaning to the kids. For them to not have privacy.
I am so glad that you mentioned that. Do you mind if I chime in?
No, I need all of you to chime in. Go for it, everybody.
Okay, so my thought on that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to, the parents or anything, but let's focus a little bit on what their occupation is. I mean, they do drywall for a living, and I can only assume that the size of...
Exactly, Amy. Like I said, he made good money. As he was a contractor, he did that for a living. Why couldn't you take time to put your home together for your family? I don't understand it. Yeah, and didn't bother to do anything until, okay, they want to take our kids away. Maybe we should make our house a home now. It's just disgusting. It really is disgusting that these poor kids had to live this way. And I don't want to say this and sound like I don't even know how I'm trying to put this. I don't want to sound bad for saying this, you know, and please don't take this the wrong way, but in a way, if anything good were to come out of this whole situation, it's the fact that those kids, that the remainder of their children are no longer there. You know, it's sad that Summer couldn't get the help that she needed before this had to happen. But in a sense, she's probably in a better place, guys. I hate to say it. I really do. And God forgive me for saying that in that sense. You know, we would never want her to not be here with us. But I mean, look at the life they lived. Look at the home they lived in. They didn't eat, and he's going to hit on that too. You know, and I'm sure he's making himself look and sound better than he was to an extent. But at the same time, you couldn't be any worse than the parents alone. You know, um, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you have children, and we've talked about this before, guys. Children are a blessing from God. Okay, they're beautiful, innocent creatures that, and I don't want to say creatures, but just human beings. They're human, and people that don't treat their children better than they treat themselves are disgusting. They really are. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. No matter which way you try to look at it, which angle you go with, none of it makes any sense. And these people did never deserve to have children, do not deserve to have children, and deserve anything that comes to them, in my opinion. I'm sorry, I'm done with my rant. Moving on.
That bathroom would not be a hard task, especially for individuals who have the knowledge and the tools and the means to, provide that kind of privacy.
Thank you.
It kind of threw red flags, in my opinion, when I heard that, because we also know that the father had allowed the ex-employee to visit the home. And whenever, I heard Jose on the live indicate that, I got chills, because I could only imagine, any little child trying to have privacy in a restroom. And, who knows how many guests, entered that home and would have had a clear vision of a small child,
especially
her siblings using the restroom. And
especially the people that Candace had coming to that house, according to her husband, Don, in the very beginning, making the comment that, well, she made friends with some people that were not great people and this and that. I think they both had people coming to that house, drug dealers and people that had been involved in child sex trafficking and human trafficking and so on and so forth. These are people you don't bring around your children, but they do. And these people are coming there drinking and partying in front of these children. And so they send their kids to their hole in the basement, the dungeon, as I call it, while they live their lives with these people. And again, putting your kids on the back burner, they're number 2 in your life when they should be number 1. It just disgusts me. It disgusts me to an extent that I can't even explain, guys. It's a good thing that there isn't vigilante justice nowadays, because how many people, I'm sure we'd all be standing in line to slap the shit out of this woman and her husband. So again, rant over, moving on.
I just wonder why nobody has questioned, with their occupation, why that wasn't an easy task to fulfill.
I'm sure it has been questioned.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. You would think that some feedback or something. You would think that it would be easier to fulfill. But I think in my opinion, probably when Don got off work, what he wanted was to just be in his
drink.
Probably,
he wanted to drink.
With all
just say it. He wanted to drink.
Respect that I can give, but
they built the add-on to the house, so why didn't they put walls up?
Well, exactly.
Especially
in the bathroom. That's like the most important thing.
Exactly.
Thank you, Brand.
And I don't know, guys, if you knew this either, but that the one video, if anybody saw the Chris McDonough video or the pictures of where they have the scaffolding to where you step up onto the scaffolding and then in through that doorway there where the plastic is all shredded and it's hanging there. That's an addition that they built onto the house, which is the kitchen itself. Okay. Um, it was just an open room that connected to another room and had a slight hallway that went to there to the left, and that's where they put that bar in over top of the stairs. This was an addition that they had done quite a while ago and never did anything with until after the children were gone. There was no walls put up. There was nothing that really separated it from anything, and you can't really tell because in the pictures and the videos it's all cluttered full of shit. Not to mention the residential roaches that were living there with them. So, again, just so everybody knows that was the addition.
Appreciate you.
Wasn't it McDonough or I can't remember, and I could be wrong. Someone I thought said that there was an addition there, but they tore it down and was going to try to rebuild it or something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, they tore down part of the house, I want to say, and they rebuilt an addition.
That's what I'm talking about. Back half where the kitchen is. There was something else there at one point. They tore that out, from what I understand, and then they put that newer addition on. But that's been a while since they did that, and they never finished it, just so that nobody gets confused.
That's what I heard. They were going to, but it's like never happened. But people that are on meth, they love to take things apart and tear it down with high hopes to build it back up, and it never happens.
That's a good point. I never thought of it that way. I see you. I've heard.
Absolutely.
Right, Becca.
I've heard that people on that type of drug likes to, take little things apart and stuff. So.
But what is that though?
I don't know.
They're talking about methamphetamine. If nobody
drugs
heard
make
that.
A person do a certain, you know what I mean? Like.
I don't know. I guess it gives them a.
With ADHD, I could start a project and think it's the best thing in the world and not finish it because my mind goes elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
Same way.
definitely.
Where's that girl at? That girl, can you text something, or not text, but write something in chat? Okay.
I think with the privacy of not having any doors or the walls up around that bathroom to have any sort of privacy for those children and for yourself, knowing absolutely whoever, I can't see panel right now, but whoever said, he works in this industry. And
Exactly.
if anybody works in the reconstruction industry, we all know there's extra material.
Exactly.
We all know that sometimes they over order. Why in the world, one sheet of sheetrock is all it would have taken to
Yep.
give a wall. So I believe when Jose says he did nothing, Don Wells did nothing in that home when he got home from work.
Yes.
He could have built a wall for his little kids.
Mm-hmm.
He could have built a wall for Candace.
Crap, that girl.
Gonna put a door on the bathroom. How about that one?
Extraordinarily generous. Thank you so much. Summer loved French fries. She loved to be outside. Mountain Dew is here.
Exactly, Miss Amy.
To grab. She went on her Swiftie early in morning. In
Absolutely
PJs.
disgusting.
She lived, loved, and was an adventurous little girl. That's exactly right. She reminds me of Pippi Longstocking. Does anybody ever remember Pippi Longstocking?
Yes.
I appreciate
Yes.
that. Thank you, Chasing Truth. Appreciate you
Like
for being here.
carefree and.
Could you guys drop Chasing Truths?
She was a happy little girl, it sounded like.
Yeah, very busy.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
That's what
Busy,
upsets me the most.
bossy, just, sorry, just.
No, you're fine.
That's something I want to say, guys, that upsets me probably more than anything, is that poor baby, that little girl was, and it's not going to do it now, but it has brought tears to my eyes. I've had conversations with my wife was such a sweet and happy little girl. Even living the life that they lived, because they obviously didn't know any different. But you know, let's think about that when we get pissy and complain about our lives, and you see kids complain about their lives that have everything. Let's look at this and think about that little girl, how happy she was and just so loving she was. If you watch the videos of her at church, she was always hugging people and smiling and just happy. And because of ignorance and drugs and alcohol and neglect, she's no longer with us. And we all know that she's not. We can say that she's still alive in hopes of it, but we all know in our hearts that she's not. And that little girl lost her life for absolutely no reason. No reason whatsoever. It makes me sick. Like I said, I was talking it over with my wife one time, and it literally brought tears to my eyes because such a sweet soul, such a beautiful little heart that had no knowledge of meanness or evil or any of that, just erased for no reason because her parents are fucking pieces of garbage.
Pippi Longstocking, she would water the flowers while it was raining. She was just an adventurous little girl. Yeah, I modded you, Vet Girl, if that's okay. All right.
Somewhat open, and it was basically, to keep the house warm and things like that. But if the kids did get out of hand, Donnie would send them in that room and close both doors, the doors to the front room and the door to that kitchen, and the kids would be in there, though they had TV and then.
The call dropped. Hold on, I gotta fast forward it through here because that's not good. There was an issue.
Oh yes, absolutely.
You were talking about the kids was put in a room or was something to that effect.
Oh yes, that would be the front room as you get to the entrance. Clean up little by little, and the more consistent I got with it, the boys started to help me, Waylon and Wyatt. I would do the dishes, Waylon would dry them, and Wyatt would put them up so they wouldn't break or anything. They started sweeping, when they returned back to school, and they would come home, they weren't even allowed to eat until they had to do their homework, which I feel that's wrong because, the children eat at 11 in the morning and they're coming home at 3 from the bus, 3:30. Of course, they're going to want to eat something small. They're hungry. They're young. They burn through that energy. And they couldn't even eat. They had to do their homework first before they ate. And even after their homework was done, it's dollar pizza, or chips or cupcakes. I'm saying to myself, where's turkey and cheese, tuna fish, maybe a can of spaghetti and meatballs, things like that. Mm-hmm. Not even that was.
One moment, guys.
There,
okay, sorry about
that. And I could remember that when the first month that I was there, Allie would constantly, every single day, she would go.
You know what, Amy? Not only that, they had that other car, the one that Dawn was driving that day too. They have these nice new vehicles, and they have their drugs and their alcohol, and going and buying vape pens, and doing this and doing that. But they have their children's mattresses on the floor. They're sleeping on blocks. There's no food in the fucking house. There's cockroaches running everywhere. The kitchen's not. I mean, it just all of it. I agree with you. I am 100% angry too.
To Walmart, all the way to Kingsport, to Walmart, and spend her little bit of money that she earns from her job, taken away from her children, and giving it to Summer and the boys, because even she was eye to eye with me. These kids need to eat. Like, what's going on here? And it was just an incredible.
Now that takes me back to when I had told you guys about Summer not eating. It was obvious that it was a regular thing because we saw what went on that one day when she was out, when they were swimming, they were doing this, they were doing that. She never fed her one time. Here's proof that there was no food in the house ever. And that somebody else is going and buying groceries that, these people make. Don makes this great money. And he's got money for his alcohol and their drugs, but no money to go buy your children food. Somebody else that is not even part of the family that works a part-time job is going and buying food taken away from her children to bring food into somebody else's home because you're too fucking lazy or too ignorant to go buy your children food. That's the point I was making.
Experience, you could say an eye opener. It made me realize, wow, compared to these people, I'm a wonderful dad. I cook, I clean, wash clothes. I've even done laundry for them, and they're amazed because all they kept saying is, Donnie don't do things like that. Like, that man does not do anything. All he does is work, drink, come home. That's it.
Okay, could you tell us about when Don returned? How did all of that go down?
Well, basically, when he was coming back, I remember Candace was telling me that, he's pissed. And, before he returned, I find it kind of strange that he said he didn't know who I was until he came home, because I had spoken with him on numerous occasions on the telephone while he was on his way back from Utah. And I thought everything was cool between us. He came home, he was calm, he didn't drink the first.
Jose did work for a short period of time while he was down, which he was only down there 6 months. I need to ask him to find, if he can try to remember place where he worked, but he made like those cat scratch towers. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
They're like carpeted things,
Yeah, it's like those carpeted, they get like boards or something and they put the staples with the carpet in it, and that's what he did. Which I thought that's a very interesting job,
Right.
Ware manufacturing. Is that what it's called, Noel? Are you local? So.
At least he didn't sit on his butt and do nothing, He was doing something to help us out.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right. And he was always helping around the house, too.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask a question real quick?
Go for it.
Okay, so in that little clip there, we had heard him mentioning something on the lines of when the children got off the bus. We also heard that when he stayed there with the family, that it was only 3 of the children because the oldest was out of state with father. He also indicated that he stayed there for roughly 6 months. So when he mentions the kids getting off of the bus, that leaves some questions, because I thought this was during COVID, and maybe that's why the oldest son was able to go off and miss school. But clearly,
no, it wasn't during COVID. There is some questions between Allie, Andrew, and Jose. They're a little mixed up on the dates. Nobody can get really specific dates. Jose is saying that he arrived in February, March. It was the winter time. And he was leaving. He left around October, November. It was 2020. And then Summer went missing in June of 2021.
Okay, yes, and I caught that, but I think my biggest question here was, okay, the kids, the other children were clearly in school because he's seen them get off at the school bus. So I guess my question is, was the eldest son, able to miss that long of amount of school, and was he possibly enrolled in Utah for school, since we did hear the father indicate on the news in an interview that his intentions were to move to Utah to make more money. And we also heard yesterday in the live, Jose had stated that the house was packed up during the time of him staying there. I just wonder if you guys, thought of that, or...
Yeah, that's interesting.
No one knows if Josie was indeed enrolled in school or not. I think they're trying to get a hold of Mary to verify if she knows.
Oh wow, hold on. Let's just show this what Tiffany Marie did. How classy is this? Good for you, Tiffany Marie. Thank you. You're very classy. We appreciate you.
That's so horrific to say.
Guys,
Because
this is
you're
what
getting
kind
her
of
the
creator.
views that she wants.
wow.
You got the
This is the
interview that she
creator she
wants.
is.
This is the most childish thing anybody can do.
I'm blown away.
Let's just show the class act here.
Yeah.
But we keep moving on, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany Marie, for that lovely super chat. And we hope your day is better. Thank you, Mindy. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you, Charlotte Ann. And thank you, Debbie McGuire. But yeah, it's very interesting when it comes
I agree,
to...
Becca. I personally think that there was head lice involved in that situation.
He's seen to CPS.
I would not doubt it. So
and that is exactly what he's really struggling with. He was, to be honest with you, he was crying terribly. Just the guilt that he had. He said, I shouldn't have effing left. I should have just not cared. And
Now,
that's
I'm sorry to interrupt. Getting back to on being in Utah and the house being packed up.
Thank you, Wanda. I really appreciate you, honey.
He recently come out and said that he was looking for a place for them to live in Utah.
Right, that's what I thought that I had heard.
I mean, they could have, that's an interesting point, Mountain Girl, because nobody's ever thought about that.
Well, Candace agreed that she was looking into getting money for the property. That's where Jody Soup.
Yes, Rebecca. That did happen, from what I understand. And I came to with this talk that they're having about moving to Utah, so on and so forth. First of all, guys, I'm going to state I almost could 100% guarantee that Josie never was enrolled in school in Utah. I'm sure Don probably had him working with him, at 13 years old. Pathetic, but it is what it is. Yeah, right, Miss Amy. And I will look that up for sure. But I'm the conclusion that I came to, guys, is I think they were trying to move out of this area because they did have CPS watching them, and there was things going on. Don had made a comment at one point in time that there were people that that were not so nice, that were at one time coming after them for this or that, probably because they owed them money for drugs, or Candace's stupid ass self did something that, because she's such a fucking idiot, excuse my phrasing, that caused a problem for them, and they were trying to get the hell out of here and away from everything to avoid issues. That's my perspective on this. I mean, I could perfectly see, like I said, CPS was coming to the house the day after Summer went missing. Why? What was that about? I mean, it's obvious the conditions of the home, but what else was going on in the background? And I think that's why they were trying to find a different place to go. I'll give them, there was probably more work in Utah because they are building a lot of new homes there. But again, it's a way to escape what you've done. And that's what I think it is. I think that's the main reason. And this whole thing with Summer stopped all that. And here they are now. So, moving on.
You came in, she was going to offer money, and she was going to go move to Utah with Donnie. And then something happened.
No worries, Cecilia.
Where
Welcome,
Donnie
hon.
decided to come back. And, there is a question out there that we still haven't been able to find the answer to is, how did he get Josie out of school for that long? Wasn't, the school board notified? Wasn't there red flags thrown there? Did he enroll him in school in Utah?
It was probably due to COVID, truthfully.
Really answer that question just as yet.
Well, that's one of the things I have wrote down on my list of questions, the follow-up interview.
I agree with that too, Rebecca.
Josie allowed to be out of school, so we're going to get that answered.
School's closed.
Yeah, there was somebody in chat that was trying to get Justin and Mary in touch, and I think that would be very insightful. I think she's supposed to email Justin.
Yeah.
So maybe that can, happen somehow.
And there's no factual information about why CPS was in that house from the beginning.
I'm sure there's lots of reasons,
I
guys.
don't think anybody can say that I know factually that this is the reason why CPS was in the home from the jump. I don't think people can say that yet. And I often wonder if that's another reason they could have been involved, is that maybe somebody didn't go to school the proper way. Maybe. You just don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Very interesting.
Right around the same time. It's good. Yeah.
But Allie had said that Candace had CPS called on her 7 times.
Allie
7 times.
That, it was kind of like she would call CPS on them, they would call CPS on her, like a back and forth.
Yeah, so like a tit for tat.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember the date?
Gee, guys, that reminds me of something else I'm not going to go into right now, but the boy was out of school because there was an investigation into him doing something to another student. Exactly. That's why he was not in school there at that point. And then, like I said, COVID was going on, so people aren't going to really look into that. And I think, like I said, I think there was an ongoing CPS case that I had not found yet because they put a lock on all that. Typically, that is public knowledge in some senses, but with kids, it's not, I found out. And plus, there's a lock on a lot of the stuff going on because of the investigation with Summer. It was all kind of intertwined. So I'm going to find that out for you guys and go from there. But yeah, I mean, this whole family, kids and all, I mean, like I said, and the kids only learn what they're taught. You know what I'm saying? We've talked about that before too. When we raise our children, they see what we do and they learn from that and what we try to teach them. These kids see what goes on in their family daily life every day with their parents and their parents' friends and their grandmothers and aunts and uncles, and they think that this is okay. So obviously, whatever Josie had done, he learned somewhere. Not to say, and we'll delve more into that when I figure out exactly what it was, if I can, that happened, and go from there. But as of now, it's just ridiculous. That's not like I said. I could almost bet my entire income that while Josie was in Utah with Dawn, that Josie had him running around being his little minion, cleaning for him while he was working and doing this and doing that and doing, slave labor for him in a sense as a child, and it's ridiculous. So, oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Amy. I'm sorry to hear that. And Cecilia, I don't know if you heard me, but welcome, hon. I'm so glad to have you here. Um, this is an interview, Cecilia, just so you know, with Jose, a gentleman that had lived with in the Wells home for a while. And he's basically giving some insight into what went on in the home um, with Summer and the boys and Dawn and Candace, the way the home was set up and the living conditions and so on and so forth. And so I'm going to go ahead and continue with that.
On the Facebook post where the land was listed for $30,000.
Was that for the family's home on the mother's page?
No, this is a listing or a post, excuse me, from Candace where she lists the property for $30,000.
Are you there? I see you.
Also, Cecilia, this interview is being done by Justice for All. Justin runs that channel. It's another true crime channel, and he has a panel up, and there's multiple people you hear talking in the background here and there. But yes, I just don't want you to get confused. And Rebecca, yes, somebody had to call CPS. I'm going to say that I'm sure that there were multiple calls from the school, from the church that they were involved with. Neighbors had said stuff about it. The Allie Hunter's mother, I'm sure they went back and forth with it because it's, like I said, it reminds me of something else we've seen going on the internet here. But anyway, that's just to say, you know, and yes, so a tit for tat, maybe they didn't take the call serious, and there you go. That's what I was going to say. You know, just like other things we've seen, you know, one person does it, somebody calls back. You can't do that because they're going to eventually say, okay, this is a war going on. This isn't serious. And unfortunately, those things happen. And then who gets, you know, who suffers are the children because they're swept under the rug because of it. Here we are at this situation. And I think, in my opinion, that Summer would still be here right now if that was taken a little more seriously and if the ball hadn't been dropped in that court. Okay. And I hate to say that, but, you know, I can't say I don't work for CPS. I never have. I'm sure their jobs are hard. You know, I've dealt with, in certain senses, when I was in the medical field, having to help remove children from homes that were very, very bad situations, that were sick, decrepit type scenarios, and it's not nice. I've seen it, and it's just a bad situation all the way around. But this situation, it goes beyond levels that I've ever seen personally. I've read and read stories and seen other stories of stuff like this, but this one here, which is why I'm so passionate about this one, it really stuck to me because of all of the things that are linked to this. You know, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And yes, Cecilia, it is absolutely ridiculously sad. So I'm going to try to quit talking, guys, but I want you guys to hear my thoughts on this as I go through this, and that's why. And then, of course, I want anybody that wasn't here to catch them up on a little bit. So that's what that was for, Cecilia. So moving on.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, did you know?
No, finish. Well, I didn't hear it.
No, I was looking for the post or either a screenshot of that to get an exact date.
Let me see if I can look really quick because I did request that on her Facebook, the public one. Just a second.
Thank you, True Crime.
I'm looking as well.
Thank you, True Crime and Terry. Appreciate it. Thank you for your insightful interview, Justice and Jose. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, so we'll, any other comments before we continue?
Nope.
Okay.
2 days. On the second day that he was there, he got his old job back, was ready to return back to work, and the next thing I know, he's back into work a couple of days later. He gets paid, fills up his fridge full of all this frozen junk food and beer and liquor. And right away, it's to the drinking. And I remember a couple of times I would be downstairs, laying down about to pass out, and I hear them fighting upstairs, and it's not like a normal fight. It's a drunk fight between two drunk people.
Yeah, when you say pass out, you mean going to sleep, right? I just want to be clear.
I'm sorry, yes. But
you just got to be really clear on it.
At the time that he returned, I had started a part-time job, to earn a little extra money and things like that. So, it would be like almost 8 o'clock at night, 8:30 maybe, and they would be hammered, and I mean hammered. But they didn't look like they were hammered, but they were drunk. We were talking Black Velvet and a fifth of it, and they will always have a 12-pack of Mountain Dew under the table, and I clearly remember that because the minute the box opened a soda and Candace would crack it open, Summer would come running into the kitchen. Can I have soda? Can I have soda? And I'm like, baby, you don't want juice or water? And she would be like, no, I want soda. And they would just give it to her, and I would tell them, too much soda is not good for her. She's too little to be drinking that. But you could only say so much before you realize that what you're saying is going through one ear and out of the other.
Right. And so when did things turn after Don came back? And can you tell us about that?
About a week after he returned, things started to really deteriorate with me being there. He kept accusing Candace of sleeping with me while he was gone and things like that. When I finally saw the video that he was talking with the guy Chris from TIR, he was telling them that, oh yeah, she had this guy in the house, and he was gay or whatever. That's a bold-faced lie. I'm not gay. I'm nowhere near that.
Okay.
I am a straight man. I prefer women. That is my preference.
Right.
Period. And
that's a.
So
you're saying where Candace.
And with that, I'm going to venture to say that because Don was jealous, I don't know what he was jealous of, because that woman to me doesn't even look like a woman, but nor act like one. But I think that Candace probably made Don believe that Jose was gay so that he would stop being so jealous and maybe stop taking things out on her, which is ridiculous. You should have never had the guy in your home to begin with. There's the problem. So let's start with that. But yeah, that's what I'm going to venture to say was the reasoning behind it, guys. Otherwise, what else would there be? So.
And everyone said that you prefer men that you actually are indeed straight.
Exactly. Correct.
Okay.
And I believe that they were telling him that to just ease tension so there wouldn't be like a severe conflict.
Like I said.
The time that I was there helping them and stuff, they're realizing like, wow, this guy's here and he's renting from me. He's a good friend. Helps my kids with homework. He cooks, he cleans. Like, who is this guy? And it's nothing special. Like, there's many of men like me who do things like that. This is what you're supposed to do. These are your children. You want their well-being in your heart constantly. You want to make sure they're fed, their clothes are clean, they have a proper bed to sleep in. And I get emotional talking about that because I remember, seeing them sleep on these couches, on the floor, and it would bother me a lot. And I'll be like, what's going on? And it was always one finger's point to the other. Oh, it's his fault. Or he would say, oh, it's her fault. They just constantly kept blaming each other instead of just meeting
And that's it right there. He's probably getting ready to say it. Instead of just dealing with the problem, the problem should never have existed. Your children don't sleep on the floor. If anything, if it came down to a point in life where I was so bad off, and it was me, my wife, and my son, and we had to find a place to live that wasn't big enough for us, that, say I rented a one bedroom or apartment, okay? And that one bedroom is going to belong to my child. Me and my wife would sleep in the living room, on the floor, on the couch. If we had very little food, my son eats the food, not me and my wife. If we have to buy clothes, we go without to buy for him. These are the things that people do for their children. Normal people. Let me reiterate that, okay? These people don't believe in that. There's always been a rule in my house. I have, like I said before, I have 7 children that I've raised. All but one are adults, have their own children, their own lives, everything like that, okay? At this point in life, I always had a rule: kids eat first. I still have that rule: kids eat first. Now, when my adult children come over for family dinners on Sundays and so on and so forth, my grandchildren are here. They know, and if I catch any of them doing it, they get. I don't care how hungry you are. I don't care if you haven't eaten for 3 days. Those babies eat first. My grandchildren and my son eat before anybody eats. Period. And if there's nothing left by some chance or very little, that's what I get. I put myself last in my home, and that goes for everybody. My grandkids eat first, and then my son, and then my older kids, they'll eat, and then my wife, my daughter-in-law, and then me. That's how I classify things in my home, and that's the way it's always been. And if I have to go without, then I go without. It's not a big deal. It doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? These people seem to be the exact opposite. They put themselves first. Well, I need beer and I need alcohol and I need drugs and this and that. Fuck the kids. Not they don't need to eat. They don't. It's okay for the kids to sleep on a concrete floor in a dirty, dark basement with fucking bugs all over the place and possible snakes because of where they live and spiders and this and that and everything else. That is not the way you raise children. You don't deserve children if that's the way you think. And that's what's wrong with these people, and that's what caused this scenario. And it makes me angry and it makes me sick.
Each other in the middle, find common ground, and fix things together. There was always a constant conflict. Past was kept being thrown up on each other's faces.
Thank you, Amy. I agree.
And things like that. So about a week after, it started to get very heated. It was always about me, always. And my name just kept constantly flying out there. And one night, they got so drunk. This was the week that I had left. They had gotten real drunk.
Is this the night where the police came?
Yes, okay. Correct. And I remember that night very clearly because I was half asleep. I was literally half asleep, ready to, go into Wonderland, as you would say. And all I can remember was hearing this loud, banging thump noise, like if someone hit the ground. And I remember jumping off the bed and running up those tiny steps, and peeking out. And Candace is literally on top of Donnie. Like, don't you ever put a hand on me? And things like that. And I'm like, what is going on? And she was telling me this asshole here is saying, me and you doing something together. And I'm like, yo, we're not doing nothing. We never did anything, like, at all. And he was like, I want you out of my house. And I said, I will leave this home when your wife tells me to leave this home, because she's the one who is renting from me, and she is the one who is helping me. You were nowhere around, so you have no say-so here at the moment, especially that you took your oldest son and you ditched the rest of your family. If you could have moved to another state, pick up your entire family and go. Don't take one child and leave the wife with the rest, because that was wrong. And if in the summer, as he said, is his world, she should have been the first one on that truck with him. When he left to Utah, not leave her with Candace, and then leave Candace with barely any money. Candace would have to call him, I need money for food, I need, money to pay the light and things like that. And she would be full-blown fights with him about that. And, eventually he would give in and send her a few dollars, and that was it. But it would be a full-blown fight just to get money from him, from Utah, so she could get whatever she needed for the house. So that night, after he got up and he's yelling at me, he's there drinking a beer. I don't remember what kind of beer it was. It was a brown bottle. And I started to tell him, once a cheater, always a cheater. You cheated on your wife while your wife is downstairs in the basement with your daughter, and you up here in this room where your sons are sleeping at, and you're having sex with some lady who uses drugs, and you're saying you're helping her. Yeah, I could imagine you're helping her. And I guess he didn't like the truth being told in his face, because he wound up throwing the beer bottle at me right in my face. And the beer bottle wound up breaking, and it chipped my front tooth. And I remember after that initial, hit, I literally, Grandis was in between us, and Candace was behind Grandis, like they were trying to keep us separated. And at that time, that's when Donnie just shoved Candace out of the way. And I started to approach him as he's coming towards me. And Grandis is still trying to keep us separated. But, I was already, so much anger was inside of me that he done threw this bottle at me. Like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm done with this. And I wind up moving Grandis out of the way. I didn't shove her. I didn't do anything. I just pressed my chest up against her. And when she felt, my force, that's when she just moved out the way, because she knew right then and there this was going to be flying. So as Donnie went to go and throw up his fist at me, I literally walked right up to his face. I had my hands in my pocket, and I had him balled up in the fist. And I said, I'm waiting, throw it, because you found the right one with me. Maybe other people are afraid or intimidated of you, but I'm not. I've dealt with people like you, growing up. And instead of...
So what y'all's thoughts about this? This is the infamous fight that we have all heard. Any comments?
I'm 100% truthful.
Exactly, Cecilia. One more thing that the kids had to see and hear.
His tooth broken.
More violence. Teaching your kids to be that way, because so Josie, his boys, they watch how he is with their mother and their grandmother. They watch how he is with other people. It's okay to throw a bottle at somebody's face, to swear and yell and scream and accuse, and this is how he treats their mother and other people. So they're learning, like we talked about once before. Kids learn from what they see. So we both know, hopefully the kids are young enough that they were put into foster care. I almost guarantee they're not going back to these parents. Hopefully things happen the way they're supposed to and the parents go away for a long time. But hopefully the foster home, the people are good people, and they're teaching these kids how to live a different life, how life should be lived, and how things should be taken care of, So that's what I'm praying for in that situation.
A shock to pretty much all of us, because for so long, nobody has been able to find this guy or hear from this guy. And it's just literally just very hectic. I think I'm more taken back by, I really thought that we were going to hear him maybe speak negative, on Allie and stuff, because if you guys recall, in the interview room, she didn't really have anything good to say about that individual, and neither did the missing child's mother. So I guess it's still a lot to wrap my head around to hear how, it's reversed. He is not in favor of the parents, and he still has good things to say about, Allie. But you get to clearly see more dynamics unfold of what the situation was really like, sadly.
Yes.
Yes. He really didn't say really mean things about Candace. He was kind of taken up for her in the beginning, too.
I was shocked.
Yeah. I thought he would have more negative things to say about Candace. But,
which made me more thinking he was truthful, because he had good and bad things. When somebody's completely tearing somebody down, you have to think, there is good qualities in people, even
there's
evil.
good qualities in everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
So for somebody to come out and just bash them like crazy, it just made me believe Jose even more.
Yeah, shoot, he even said Don was a good father.
Yeah, he seems like he was really good to Candace, or not Candace, sorry, Summer. But he was telling me that Summer loved her father very much, but what I think he told me, which we're going to be playing in the next couple of days, the phone call, which is just very similar to this, to be quite honest with you. He was saying something to I think it was that Candace gave Summer more attention, which obviously, you would think because she was the mother. But Summer always gave her dad the most attention. And she didn't.
Welcome, Broken. Thanks for being here. Just so you know, we're having listening to an audio interview with a gentleman that goes by the name of Jose that had lived in the Wells home. Summer Wells' parents, her mother had allowed him to move in for a certain period of time, and he's talking about living conditions in the home, things that went on between him and Candace and Dawn and the grandmother, and his feelings about situations there and things that went on with the kids and things like that. So that way you know what we're listening to and what's going on. Okay, but thanks so much for being here, Broken. I appreciate you.
Candace didn't understand why, which is kind of interesting. Why is he always giving Dawn but they say it's always daddy's girls and mommy's boys.
Yes. Yep.
She was also probably trying to chase the affection.
Mm-hmm.
Say chase the what?
She was trying to chase the affection, where you're least getting it from. She's trying to get feedback from him. She's trying to get an emotional feedback from him that she probably just wasn't getting that much from him.
Right.
Wasn't it said that Don came back because Candace kept on calling him and trying to make him jealous with Jose?
We've heard two different things to that. One is she kept trying to, make him jealous of Jose, and another one is he found out that Jose was there. I can see both happening, but to me, it would probably be the latter, because when Don found out Jose was there, he came, driving 110 miles an hour across, the states, and he got pulled over, and also his kid was with him. So
Jose made it sound though that he knew Jose was living there and that he talked to him a few times, and that it wasn't this quick emergency to get home. That's what I got from Jose. I don't know if anybody else.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I know. He's. That's interesting the way you say that now, because Don said he came with his own words. He came, coming 110 miles an hour is what he said, right? But Jose said when he got there, he was just as nice as he could be for the first week.
Right, and Jose, you just played it, said that I talked to him while he was in Utah, and everything was fine.
Don had been really mad, but then when he got there, he kind of chickened out a little, or calmed down or something.
Well, Don said at first, when he first arrived home, everything was fine. And then after they got to drinking is when all the fighting started.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Thank you, Bed Girl.
That's when the truth comes out.
Sleeping arrangements. To me, it sounded like most of them slept downstairs.
Allie confirmed that today.
Yeah.
What I heard from her mouth, that they had. She also confirmed what Jose said about the mattress and that it was on cinder blocks. That was her and Dawn's bed, and there was two parts of the basement. There was another part of it that had the bunk beds where the boys slept, and then Summer slept in the bed with the parents. And that's where the toys were. They're all corroborating that same story.
And that goes back to that, Amy, that Summer slept in the bed with the parents. Like, what? 5 years, 6 years old, 5, 4. I mean, listen, I had issues with my middle son when he was a baby. He would have night terrors and things like that. And my first wife would bring him to bed with us. And up till he was probably 6 years old, he would occasionally come into the bedroom for us, okay, with us, because he was waking up with these night terrors and stuff like that. But repeatedly, I would put him in his own bed. He had his own bedroom, his own bed, his whole own space. This child didn't have that. This child, her bed was in bed with them. Now that's wrong. And I'm going to tell you right now that knowing these people, that things went on in the bedroom probably while the child was in bed with them. It disgusts me, but I'm going to tell you that it's probably a fact. And it just doesn't make any sense. And it makes me wonder, because there were allegations of Dawn SAing Summer, okay, at one point. I'm not going to say that it's true. I don't know. But these things, they all point fingers at one thing. They ring some kind of a truth based on the facts that are being put out there. So, exactly, Miss Amy, you put your kids back in bed if they got up as children, because that's their bed. That's where they belong, Granted, when my son was having his issues, he had like I said, the night terrors and this and that. When he was real little, it was okay. I'll say like 1, 2, 3 years old, even up some points to 4, because he would really have a struggle with that. But for the most part, when it would happen, I would talk to him, calm him down, or my wife would, and then he would be taken back to his bed, and that's where he would spend the rest of the evening. That's how you do it. This situation, this child, that was her bed. That was her bedroom. That was like, what is that? That doesn't make any damn sense. But then again, nothing else that they do does either. So I guess you take it for what it is, and unfortunately go with it. So
that's good. How long did he learned the term grandis? I've gotten that a lot, and the SO and the SA. I have the recording, and I will play that. In that recording, I tell him to say, we use the term grandus as in, to keep them separately, who we know we're talking about. That's just the term that we have came up with. I have that in the recording. I told him to say SO for, that word, and SA, and don't say, other certain words. So it will be in the recording that I will be sharing. Any other thing?
Really quick on that note, if you don't mind. So this just kind of stuck out to me. So the father drove, I believe it was, the white truck to Utah and back, correct? Okay, so that truck clearly was able to make the distance from the state of Tennessee to Utah round trip and able to break speed limit and drive over 100 miles per hour, allegedly, per the father. So I guess this is going to be a question that I have further into this video. I just wanted to kind of bookmark it in my mind. We had heard Jose indicate that Dawn had drove a small red truck with a ladder on it for jobs that were further away than an hour. So that's why I'm just kind of bringing this up now so that I don't forget about it, because you know what I mean? Because I thought when I heard him mention that yesterday that maybe it's a possibility that the white truck was not suitable to drive long distance, possibly, but that just kind of answered my question on that, I guess.
Yeah, that has me, my wheels spinning.
That's interesting that you say that. And that is something to think about. I was under the impression that it was a truck that stayed at Tucker Drywall, and whoever needed it at the time got to use it. So, I don't know.
Good point, Bed Girl. FYI, if someone calls 911 from Jonesboro, it hits the 911 call center. Sullivan County.
Oh, guys. Sorry. Hold on one moment, guys. Sorry about that, guys.
So if Dawn was traveling home from work lightning fast,
yeah, Becca, I heard that too, and that's really gross.
Hawkins County, if he was not in the county.
Great. Very good.
Very good point.
Very good. That girl.
That girl, that's
She's good, y'all.
Yeah, she is.
mad respect right there. That's,
Wow.
yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Thank you for that too, Vic.
Yes, there were multiple allegations, I guess you could say, that Dawn would shower with Summer to save water at times like this. But why is it that you don't hear that he was showering with the boys? Explain that. Okay. And I don't care how you shower. You can say that I showered with my back to her and her back to me. Bullshit. I don't. You're not getting a shower doing that. It doesn't make sense. You to save water. Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm sorry. I call bullshit. It doesn't make any damn sense. A shower, literally, especially for somebody's summer size, is a 5-minute scenario. That's not a lot of water, okay? It just doesn't make any damn sense, you know. And if it's something that Summer wanted, you tell them no. Very simply, that's that. You know, I've seen people in poor circumstances that are trying to save water or don't have a lot because they have a small tank or this and that. And I've seen where they've bathed their children, you know, if they have 2 or 3 children in the same bathwater. That's still unacceptable to me, but that is a better circumstance than that scenario, in my opinion. Okay. Um, but still, it's just bullshit. There's no excuse for that. You definitely don't do that. I don't do that. We never did that with my children, any of them. I've never heard of people doing that. Maybe when your child, oh, I'm lying. Okay, I'll say this. When my youngest son was a baby, like 9 months to a year old, 2 years old, up to maybe 3, he was in the shower with me a couple times. I was getting him used to a shower. You know, I'm holding him and bathing him when he's a baby just to get him the shower experience, you know, that kind of, but he was a boy along with me. Okay. And he's a baby and I'm holding him like, you guys know what I'm saying, but that is the only acceptable circumstance that could happen in my opinion. There's no other circumstances that's acceptable, especially not with a daughter and her father. That's not, no, there's no, you're not going to convince me of that in any way, shape or form. So no.
Good girl. And thank you, Kelly. Zimmer, good fathers don't throw away baby kittens to dogs. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Allie did confirm that Hunter did give Summer a baby kitten, but Allie was unaware of what actually happened to it. Because she wasn't in the.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
She wasn't in the picture at that point. When Donnie got home, she wasn't in that picture, and that was when he did what he did to Summer and the kitten.
Mama She13, thank you. Coming in super.
In that scenario, if nobody heard it, was that Hunter had given Summer a baby kitten as a gift because she loved animals and she saw I guess they had a cat there that had kittens, you know, and Allie, Hunter's mother, said, you know, give Hunter one or give Summer one because they didn't want them all there. And that was when Dawn was in Utah, and he did. And, you know, Summer had the kitten with her all the whole time Dawn was gone, carried it with her everywhere she went, took care of it, you know, so on and so forth, which, you know, goes back to her needing love and wanting love from something or someone because she's not getting the attention she should get. Okay. That's just my opinion, but that's another this situation we can talk about another time. But Dawn comes home, you know, sees the cat, doesn't want it there, complains and bitches about it. And then at one point in time, from what I understand, got drunk and said, you know, fuck this cat. We can't afford to feed it, obviously, because you can't afford to feed your kids. And, you know, even though you couldn't afford it, you just don't choose to. And throws it to, there's like 8 dogs on their property, throws it to the dogs. And you guys can only imagine what the dogs did to a kitten. And Summer had to watch that and see that and live with that after the fact. And it just makes me, one more thing that absolutely disgusts me about this family and their practices and the way these children were being raised. So, moving on.
Super late, it appears. I will definitely be catching the replay. Just wanted to say thank you so much to bringing this to us all. Thank you. Appreciate it. I see you has, you know, a lot of the credits due to her as well. We're a really good team.
Exactly,
Yes,
Becca.
you guys are awesome.
We are.
Well, thank you. I think so.
You are.
Yeah, she does things that I don't like to do, and I do things she doesn't like to do. Right?
Perfect.
Bingo.
And that we're like,
yes, it does. I hate talking on the phone.
Yeah.
I personally had not, and I mean, please don't take offense to this. It's not anything offensive, I guess. I personally had not came across either channel before, because as I said, in this community, there's so many, new creators. I don't follow a lot of people. So whenever I seen this video yesterday, it was actually sent to me by one of my loyal subs, and I was truly almost scared to watch it because I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be, manipulated, or it's going to be drama. And I was hesitant to watch it. So when I watched it, I can honestly tell you guys, that's how I found you. And I was like applauding you guys, because I just thought to myself that you guys handled it in a very respectful mannerism. I feel that, there wasn't any, like bullshit or, drama. I think it went very well, and it gave many of us, creators and subs, a better, insight of a lot of things.
Exactly.
And, I don't know how in the hell you guys track that person down. You don't have to share it.
Nobody does.
Like, kudos to you guys. And I think people will probably, be a little mad, that they didn't get that opportunity. But, I think you guys handled it, pretty good. So,
Thank
it's
you.
a big
Compliment. I totally consider that a compliment. Yes, that is Mountain Girl.
Yes, thank you so much. It was fun. I love doing it.
Yeah. It was very hard, and they had every opportunity that we had. Any other channel, it's not that we have anything special. It's just that we, literally were determined. Like if this man was alive, we were going to find him.
That's exactly right.
I think so many people, including myself, quite frankly, question at times, like, okay, is this person even real?
Does he exist? That's what I thought.
Is he even alive? I mean, I know that may sound crazy, but with the batshit crazy dynamics of this case,
I don't believe
it's
so,
not
Amy.
something to not question.
Because he wasn't around.
I was convinced, Justin and I both, we've had that conversation daily, almost. And, because it was just like, where is he? There was nothing.
From what I understand, Amy, that he had gone, hey, Kim, welcome, hun. He had gone, by that time, as he was stating that week that he left after that big fight, that he had gone to the Philippines, from what I understand, and was not available for the police interview. I think eventually they may have gotten in touch with him somehow. And, because I even tried to find him. And Justin said that, all the creators had the same opportunities. That is not completely true. Some of the creators on that end of things, I don't have the resources that some of these people have because I'm just starting off. Okay. And again, I don't have the equipment that they have yet either, but we're getting there, guys. So, I looked him up, tried to find any kind of, as I've looked everybody up, tried to find any kind of contact information about him, so on and so forth. There was nothing. So whatever they found or used, kudos, please. And I do want to thank Justin personally for having this interview for us all to be able to have it, at our fingertips to get. And again, everybody that has come latter than what I said earlier, I want to thank Miss Amy for this. She's a very good resource for me in a lot of ways. And, in the mornings, Miss Amy and Happy are, my top dogs. I appreciate you guys. I love you to death. And it helps me a lot with a lot of this stuff. And it will continue to grow and get bigger, guys, and better as my equipment and things do as well. But yeah, there was nothing. And I don't know what Justin used to find him. And as you can tell by the interview, he's obviously more than willing to talk and to express his beliefs on what he saw and what he feels. And like Justin said, at one point, he was in tears, crying, because he feels that if he would have done some things and, some things different, that it would have changed the situation and maybe Summer would still be with us. Okay. And I can't say that I wouldn't feel the same way, but at the same time, you can't blame yourself because a lot of people in these situations don't like to stir the pot. Okay. They don't want to get in people's business. They don't know. I'm sure he didn't know at the time that he left that this was going to happen. I mean, I'm sure he felt bad for the kids because of the situations that they were in. And, oh, Kimberly, it's no worry, hon. There was nobody's late or early. It's whenever you're here, you're here. I absolutely, love having you here no matter what. And I'm sorry that you've gone through that. I know the feeling. I've gone through it too. So hopefully that clears up and it goes away soon for you, Kimberly. But yeah, no worries, hon. No worries at all. Um, but again, thank you, Miss Amy, for this, and everybody else that contributes. And just thank you guys for being here again. I can't stress that. Let's see what else we got left here.
Nothing, no leads, nothing. And then when it happened, it just happened. I was about to sit down and eat dinner when my phone dinged. I looked at it and honestly, I about threw up.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Well, if we're ever lost, we want you guys to be on it.
Well, whenever
Seriously.
he told us about the truck, you'll hear me in the recording. Like I literally had to sit down. I was standing up. I was like, because
now, are you speaking of the when Jose was mentioning the red truck, like with the ladder?
yes, and
Yes.
See, some people they were, and I don't think there were negative comments. Some of the ones that I had read, but people were just.
In case you missed that, guys, about that red truck, I think that was something that was used as an excuse to try to throw people or the police in a different direction. They were stating that truck they believed was a company truck that Don had worked for. And, Don and Candace probably came up with, well, let's just say it was this truck or that, and just that was something they saw at that point in time. And, most of the neighbors mentioned that they didn't see anything. They don't know, a lot of what was said. So, again, these are just lies, I think, that were put out there to distract police from the truth, as usual, which is what I had said, in my opinion, is, the theory I had for what happened. Again, I'm so sorry that happened with you, Kimberly. I really am sorry. And Miss Amy, me too. I have so many questions for things that I know the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department and TBI cannot answer, even if they could, because of the situation with the investigation. And there's so many different damn things that are just kind of floating out of nowhere that you can't, we can think, our theories and our opinions that we can throw out there to each other and say, hey, what about this? What about that? What do you think of this? And that's what we're here for. They cannot do that because of the situation. They have to keep what they have under wraps until they have the correct amount of real evidence. Because again, unfortunately, the type of evidences that they have right now are not enough to do what they need to do, or something would be done. And that's my opinion. So as far as anybody that did not understand or know about that red truck situation, that's what that was.
It's like questioning, like, well, do you think that person's telling the truth? The reason why I personally
Me too, Amy.
that individual was speaking the truth was because he was telling us the story basically like, hey, I told him we got into an argument. He indicated about not having an orange safety flag on the back. And, I honestly felt that, he was honest from what I could hear, and handled it very well. But like I said, why haven't any of the neighbors or anybody at any point in time during this process mentioned the fact that at times he would drive a vehicle like that. It's
Becca says, if nobody can see it, that she says, I have a feeling that this might be like the Orion and Orson case, that they will charge them without a body. And at one point, I think you're right. And they were saying, there's a video I was watching that they're saying that the West case and the Wells case are a lot alike in a lot of different ways. And I'm hoping that they may do that. I really am, because once they're charged and they throw that in their face, especially Candace being the person that she is, weak-minded, naive, that they can use these things against her if they charge her or threaten to charge her, that something may come from that, or come out of that too. So as far as that's concerned, I absolutely agree with you, Becca, on that. And Cecilia says, to Kimberly, I'm so sorry this is happening to you, Kimberly. I hope that the police can find exactly. Uh, we will all pray for you, Kimberly, that this stops and that they can figure out what's going on in that situation. And as far as Miss Amy had posted that we wish we could get Candace on panel. I've been trying to catch her during her live streams to possibly get her to either talk to me and record it, or just to come live with me. I don't know if she will. I highly doubt it. And from what I understand, that there's an attorney involved, and that, I'm sure he tells her, don't do this, don't do that, or so on and so forth. So, it would be an amazing thing, though. And I would not allow anybody to go at her. Of course, me neither. Just to tell her side of the story if she would, and then we could talk about it from there, But again, I highly doubt that will ever happen. So, okay. And Kimberly said, you know who it is, Kimberly? Is it what I think it is, or is this something different? Oh, you did change your number, Kimberly? Like, and you're still having it? I think some of them, Rebecca, have been, deleted because of probably the attorney telling her not to leave it up there, because there's things that she said that could incriminate her in different ways, because she's a dumbass and she does this when she's either high or drunk, and she'll ramble on about stupid shit. As you guys have heard, you can't even understand her half the time. It sounds like she has shit in her mouth. So, and you know what, Becca, I thought that too. And Becca says that you would think if she had a lawyer, they would be advising her not to live stream. Well, she started doing live streams on a daily basis, Becca, and I noticed that they've stopped. Now she's just posting pictures and videos and stuff like that. There's a video that really, really fucking disturbed me, guys, that she put up on her channel. If you go check it out under Candace Bly, it's a picture of Summer dancing in fire to music and playing in the background. It's very eerie and creepy to me. But, she used some kind of filter or something she was playing with, because this is all amazing to her. And it shows Summer dancing around, and Candace put it like fire around her, like she's dancing in the fire. And it just, it's eerie as fuck to me. I'm sorry. I'm sure there was no meaning behind it. Just to watch it, though, just really, really kind of like lobbed me out. I was just sitting there going, oh my God. My wife even walked around. She goes like, what are you watching? Because the music is just, the music's strange too, in a way, to me. And she's like, oh, as my wife's watching this going, wow, okay. Yeah. So it's just not one of those things it is just one of those things that sometimes certain things make people feel a certain type of way. That, because of the situation, it just does it. It makes me feel wrong in 100 different ways wrong. So, anytime, Miss Amy, anytime, you're welcome to now. When we're done with the audio, if you want to jump up and we'll talk about it, Absolutely. You're welcome anytime, as well as anybody else that wants to come on panel and talk with me, please. You guys know you're all welcome up here. I'll have multiple people up here. I can hold up to 10 different people and we can have a full conversation if you want to. Whatever you guys want to do, it's up to you. But yeah. As soon as we're done with the audio, we can have you come up here, Amy, with no issue. Anybody else, you're welcome to jump up here too. Yes, Becca. That channel was actually created just not that long ago after Dawn went to jail. And I think that Dawn, shortly after that, had freaked out because he doesn't want her talking about things, because he knows, first of all, that she's an idiot and that she's going to say the wrong thing because he's not here to control her. So, that's why Benny Keys had tried to direct her certain ways. The one live stream she did, she had a friend that popped up on here and helped her with it and was like watching the questions as they were coming through and blocking people and voiding questions that, did not want to be asked or answered. Oh, right. Exactly, Miss Amy. She says, yes, Becca, she made it when Dawn pissed off to jail. And if nobody understands that, Miss Amy lives overseas and the language is a little different. I get it. And if you don't, I'll explain it, or Miss Amy can explain it. Either way. I got a message stating the person was Tina. No, it's not Tina. Not Tina. I got you. Yeah, it was a troll, Kimberly. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I've had those too. But let's get this here finished up, guys, and then I'll move on. We'll pull Miss Amy up here and go from there.
Kind of interesting.
It is interesting. The two of the biggest pieces of information, I didn't even have to ask. Like, I don't remember. Maybe I did ask about the truck, but I said, did he ever, drive any other trucks or anything? And he's like, yeah, the little red truck or something. And I was like,
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. I was like,
oh my gosh!
Did it have a ladder rack? And he's like, yes. He in the 6 months that I was there, he only used it maybe 2 or 3 times because he only used that if he went really, really far. Dawn said that he did.
See why I pointed that out now? Because, I mean, if he only used that vehicle when he would go somewhere to work that was far, this is why I questioned just a moment ago about, the white vehicle, if that's the one he took to Utah, because it clearly made a round trip and could reach the speed that it needed to. So that's where my lingering question is, as far as what was the purpose of needing this little red truck.
Yes.
Right.
If you remember, Don said he would do work in West Virginia too. In the very early interviews, he said we would do work even in West Virginia and stuff. And I'm like, is that what he means by far?
But why did he have to take the super the day someone went missing?
Well, one of my theories is, Journey's Angel, thank you. If the boys' beds weren't there, when was the house staged to look the way it did during the TR interview? To think that it was upgraded version of the kids' living situation. So Jose texted me this morning, and he said, that wall where Rose's picture is, he said that wall did not exist, and there was not a picture of Rose up in the house when he was there.
Wow.
There was quite a bit of time before that interview.
Just so you guys know, Rose is that they're referring to. There's a picture in the one interview of a woman on the back wall as you walk in to the left. It's of Rose Bly, who is Candace's sister. For anybody that doesn't understand this scenario, who has been missing for over 10 years now, or 15 years, I believe it is. And that was her younger sister who disappeared at one point in time, too, which is quite interesting considering what's going on right now. That, this family has a history of things like this. And there was a conversation had at one point in time that I had watched a video on between, I think it was at one point, it was Candace Grandis, which is Candace's mother, and Allie Hunter's mother, when they were all getting along and they were all sitting drinking at one point in time. And of course, dumbass Candace is drunk and she says, it was on the anniversary of her sister's disappearance. Or I'm sorry, it was her sister's birthday that day. And she says to Grandis, "Why are you upset, Mom? Why are you sad? Blah blah blah." And she goes, "Well, it's your sister's birthday, and so on and so forth. And I just wish she was here." And Candace, with the drunk ass ignorant person that she is, says, "Well, don't worry about that because she ain't never coming back." And Candace says, or Grandis says to her daughter, she's, "Why would you say that?" And because I know, because I killed her, and laughed it off like it was a joke. You don't joke about shit like that. I'm sorry. And Allie said that she was just like floored again. And let's go back. Let's go back to the phone call that was made to Dawn's sister Mary by Candace. That was a joke, where she's stating and freaking out and crying and blubbering that they came and got Dawn, Mary. They took him. They won't tell me where. It was the FBI or something like that. And blah 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 blah. And at the end of the end of the call, it was brought out that it was a joke. Okay, there's something wrong with this woman. Okay, there's something wrong with her. And again, I'm not saying that she murdered her child. All I'm saying is that there's something dark inside of this person for her to say and do the things that she said and done, and to be able to, in my opinion, lie like she's been lying. She's a very good liar and an actress in some senses. So all of that being said, I just wanted to explain who Rose was for anybody that didn't know. And again, this goes back to what I said when Jose is talking about that wall, that picture. If anybody saw the video with Chris Madonna when they go through the house, okay, there's a wall there with that picture on it that wasn't there before. So there was a period of time before Chris got to do that interview. From the time that Summer had disappeared, they put that wall in that period of time. That shows you how good and quick that Don is at what he does, because it looks like it's been there the whole time. Why didn't you do that to begin with? So that was just a wide open space, like I said, before that wall was put in. And then they finished doing it all after the kids were taken to make it look like a real room. Point proven. So let's finish this up here and go from there.
The inside of the house occurred after Summer's disappearance, where they definitely had time.
Yes. Thank you, Journey's Angel. I will.
But wait a second.
Go ahead.
That picture of Allie on top of Jose,
Yes.
wasn't that taken on the bunk beds?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said it was taken on the bunk beds. He said, what did Jose say? There's so much information I can't even comprehend sometimes.
There is so much. What I give you guys is just little snippets of stuff. I'd like to be able to give you more, but we know why.
Thank you so much. A lot of questioning credibility. Jose has not spoken to Candace and Allie for 2 years. Can you clarify that you showed him? Oh, absolutely. Here, I'll show you my text. Yeah. Go ahead and talk, somebody. Well,
I would like to clear up. Andrew confirmed that is in fact Jose. H's father said that is definitely Jose. So for anybody
Andrew,
that has
Allie,
been,
and Candace did it.
yes.
Okay, and I don't. This is coming later on in the video, or in the recording. Jose did say when Don got back, all he had to do was call Tucker Drywall, and they hired him back. So I don't think he was working for Tucker Drywall in Utah.
No, I don't think so
No,
either.
he was working for himself.
Right.
I don't know if he was. That's a good thing that we should
My
get a
phone's
hold of Harry.
cracked.
Oh, my daughter did that.
I just cracked it deep for yesterday.
She did too.
See, I can watch this interview, and you can see it says Jose there. So.
I have a question that's driving me crazy that I want to ask. Okay, so you are doing another live interview.
Okay, Kimberly, thank you.
Correct. Then because I seen you in my chat last night, stating that you guys would be talking to Chris soon, and I'm fingers crossed. Like, have you guys maybe working out on something there?
We're working on hopefully doing something.
Sorry, it was driving me nuts. I'm like, please.
Somebody got in touch with me this morning. That's as far as I can, really go with it right now. Which one is it? Okay. All right, what am I doing?
So that is an interesting question, though, that somebody did bring up of who he was working for when he was in the state of Utah. I actually did a video of the trip to Utah for their Facebook page on my channel, and it shows clearly where he was working at when he was there, and it's a pretty elaborate home. So I was wondering, the individual that reached out to him to have him come there, or if it was a company. I predicted it was just an individual. I could be wrong.
I wonder if Mary would know that.
Thank you, Ginger Snap. I appreciate you so much. You're very, very kind. Thank you for being here.
That is something I'm working on. I have a question about the whole time who he worked for when he was in Utah. So I'm going to try to get that answered.
Why did Don say he went there to?
He said
that he couldn't get work.
Okay.
And to look for them a place to live because they wanted to move back to Utah.
He said that there wasn't a lot of work around where they were.
You mean around Tennessee?
Yeah.
But Don was making good money. I mean, Tucker hired him the day he literally came back to Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what he said. I remember that specifically in his interview.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
No, well, he doesn't, and he lies a lot. We've caught him in plenty of lies.
Right. All right.
Lunging at me, he started to step back and started to move back to get out of the home. And at that time, that's when Candace decided to call the police. And when she called the police, Don ran. He jumped in his truck. Mind you, he's drunk. He jumped in his truck and he drove away. That same night, maybe 20, 25 minutes later, the police were coming up the hill, and Donnie wasn't on the property at the time. And we were explaining to the police officer what had transpired there and stuff. And the police were like, "Do you happen to know where he went?" And we were like, "No." And next thing we know, Donnie's coming back up the hill in the truck. And that's when the police officers, proceeded to him, and they raised up their guns. They asked them to step forward in front of the vehicle. And that's when we were telling him he's drunk, like literally drunk. And so they gave him, I guess, whatever exam for a DUI, and in the police officer's eyes, he passed it. And then the police officer comes and says, "Well, in my family, we have drunks and they're coherent. So he's probably a coherent drunk. I don't care what you say. When you're drunk, you're drunk. There's no coherence."
He's a professional, that's why.
Whatsoever. You're under the influence.
He's so good at it, you can't tell the difference.
That's when Candace had told the police officer that he had a gun in the car. And he's an us was like, what? And then that's when Donnie admitted that he did have the gun in there, and he tried to say it was a muzzle loader, but it wasn't. It was like a little two-shot Dillinger that he had in his glove box, you know? And I'm saying to myself, this man came all the way from Utah with that gun in his glove box? Like, what do you need?
I just want to, Dukes says, Justice for All, Don and oldest son left and was going to move because of an accusation was made against the oldest, so they left to avoid problems. Do you know what do you have any idea what it was, Dukes? Or any of you guys on panel?
It was something about him, something sexually with a girl at school.
Oh. No,
Allegedly.
I think he's talking about. Well, was Don Jr. there at the time? Like Don Wells' son, Don, the older one.
I don't think Don Jr. was ever there, was he?
I don't think so. Didn't you?
No, I don't think he was. You're right. No, Josie, though. Oh. Okay. All right.
Need a gun for, and you a known felon, you know. Back in my past, I've been arrested, and I know for a fact I can't carry a firearm. If I do, that's a felony charge, and I'm going to prison for a long, long time.
Yep.
So I know for him to be doing that, you have no respect at all for the law or anybody else, you know. And they basically arrested him and charged him, I guess, for domestic violence because Candace was just crying all over the place. They had this physical altercation, and then they were talking with me, and I was telling them about me and him with the altercation, and they asked, would you, we can't ask you to press charges because you basically don't have no physical wounds on you. And I'm looking at the police officer like, dude, look at my tooth. Like, he literally chipped my tooth. And that's not a physical altercation or not to be arrested after he threw the beer bottle at me, and nothing really happened. They wind up taking him to jail for whatever happened between him and Candace.
Mm-hmm. How long did he stay in jail?
Not long. Maybe 7 days, I think, tops he was in there, I believe.
Okay.
And I remember Candace going down to the courthouse, and I was with her, her mother was with her, all the children, and she went in there, and did the order of protection, and she had it, and she had to fill out some paperwork, and me and her mother had to help her fill out that paperwork. And then she went back in. I guess they gave it to her, and she came out, and I kept stressing to her, don't let him back in. This guy.
If Candace would have just, it's what if, obviously, but if Candace would have kept that protection order, I really think everything would have been different.
I do too. Oh, yeah.
In my opinion, I just really
to an
think
extent, I agree.
if she would have just kept it.
Because I think she might have done the right thing for Candace. May have done the right thing for Summer.
I mean, but didn't the state pick it up? Well, no, the state picked up the gun. It was the gun thing. So you would think, but she dropped it. And I guess Tennessee said okay.
That's sad.
That's what happens in a lot of DV cases. They file it, and then the guy gets slimed his way back in, and
That's very sad.
Either by threats or by, I love you,
Makes
baby.
you think
and that's when they get back in, and they drop it.
How many little details that, if they were different, could have prevented this completely? I've thought about that multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
shoot, she got a new car out of it.
Okay. What was Candace
That was
done?
his way of getting back in.
Yeah, I believe that car is paid off too. There's no lien on it or anything.
I would like, when you guys do the questions with Jose, is to ask if he ever thought that it was kind of odd that a family of 6 purchased such an expensive brand new vehicle for a family of 5 to fit into, because they had 4 children, 2 adults. So my biggest question this whole time with the vehicle is, why would a family spend that kind of money on a brand new vehicle after not owning a brand new vehicle, all their life?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Jose's not going to know that. Jose's not going to know that because they purchased the vehicle after he left.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
He just wouldn't know that.
All right. We have all given the information. He has also been interviewed by the FBI.
Okay, so Jose has been interviewed by the FBI. That answers some other questions, which is good. And hopefully they, whatever information they got from him, they were able to use in that sense for that. So what I'm going to do now is normally I don't do this, but I have pretty good mods in here and I can handle it most of it myself. But I'm going to go ahead and put the link down here in the comments. Miss Amy, you can go ahead and click on that, jump up here, and anybody else that wants to come up here, go ahead and do that. I will ask one thing though, that if you're backstage and you're coming up here, to show me either your face or some proof that you're there, because a lot of times what will happen, guys, is that we'll get people will say that it's a link to them and it ends up being like a porn bomb or something like that, and I really don't want to pull that stuff up. So we'll go ahead and get that rolling here. And bring our beautiful Miss Amy up here to get that started, and anyone else that is interested in jumping up here with me. If you're there, Amy, the link is in the chat now. And like I said, anybody else that's interested in coming up, it's right there. The bottom of the chat, go ahead and click on that and I will bring you in. Hello, dear.
Hello, you okay?
Oh, one moment. I forgot. Sorry, Amy.
That's okay.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me, Amy?
I can, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Very much so. Good morning or afternoon, and how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little bit sick today. I'm not feeling the best.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there a flu going
That's
around
okay.
there or something?
There's a little bit of a sickness bug going around at my daughter's school. She's fine. She's not ill or anything. Excuse me. But I woke up today not feeling the best. And obviously having children, you know yourself, you don't get time to be sick, do you? You still have to go up and get on with everything.
That is exactly right. That's right. Now, did you guys have
So I need you
I
to
don't,
educate me on something.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I need you to educate me on something.
Oh, I can do the best I can.
So imagine you're standing in Summerwell's house and you're down the basement and you walk up the stairs into the level where it has like the kitchen. What's that level called?
That would be the first floor.
Okay. So they had a basement, a first floor, and they actually had an upstairs as well where there was some bedrooms.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Because I was wondering when Chris McDonough done the interview with Candace, why the bedrooms was never shown. I was always
Exactly.
I was always confused about what was upstairs. The bedrooms were never. I mean, you'd show your bedrooms, your children's bedrooms, wouldn't you, and say this is how we lived and all of that.
I would think so, and I questioned. I brought into question, I should say, when I did the first live stream about this. When I explained where the children's bedrooms were, it was the way I understood it was that again, Candace and Dawn had their bedroom in the basement on where their bed was on concrete blocks. To the right was the other room that had the bunk beds built for the boys, and then the other bed that was thrown over on the other side, which is where Candace, quote unquote, said that Summer slept when she actually slept in the bed with them. And then it was explained that the oldest boy had a bedroom upstairs. Now, why? That makes no sense to me at all. Okay. None of this does, but that really didn't make any sense to me. And I had mentioned that when I first did the first stream on this and explained the situation. So, again, one more thing to add to the list of ridiculous things that go on with this.
Now, the reason why I asked you that is because after I listened to the interview, there was an interview before I sent you that one, the 5 hour long interview. After I heard that interview, I went off and I went back and I was looking at the beginnings of the interviews all the way up to the Dr. Phil interview with the parents.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
before Candace came on stage, Dr. Phil showed them like a little preview, a little video of Candace showing what happened that day with Summer. So
Right.
she said in that interview, she said on the pre-interview on the video that she walked Summer over to the house and she could see the boys and she told the boys, "Watch your sister. I'm just going over grandma's to help her with her knee brace." And then she carried on to bring Summer into the first floor where
Right.
the boys were on the TVs or playing computer games. Yeah.
Yes. 1 second, Amy. I'm going to check something real quick. Is that you
Okay.
trying to come up on panel BBY? I just type in the chat for me, just so I know for sure. Because I have a link backstage with your name on it. It says BBY. If I'm just making sure that's you trying to come up. I'm sorry to hear that, Heather, about your oldest being sick. 1 second. It is okay. All right, guys. BBY wants to come up on panel as well. Amy, just one moment. I'm going to go ahead and bring him in, and then you can finish what you're saying, and then we'll talk with him. So one moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, are you there, BBY? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Becca?
Yeah, it's back. Hey, Diego. Hey, Miss Amy.
All right.
Hi.
Okay. One moment. Go or hold on, BBY. Go ahead and finish what your thought was, Miss Amy, and then we'll move on.
Okay, so everybody remembers that Candace said she could see the boys sitting at the table playing computer games, and she told the boys, "Mind Summer," and then she carried on to bring Summer in, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in the same interview, she said when she walked into the house, she shouted up to the boys, "Where's your sister?" And they said, "Down in the basement playing with the toys." So that means the boys were actually upstairs in that bedroom. They were never in the living room or the kitchen watching the TV. They were always upstairs.
Well,
Because first of all, she said, go on.
well, yeah, the way she explained it to Chris was that she walked in, she was showing the kitchen, and there was a TV on the wall, and she said, because Chris had asked, okay, tell me what went on that day and where it was and where everybody was and what was going on. And she said, I walked in and the boys were sitting here at the table watching the TV, which was above the kitchen
Yeah.
table. Okay. And then she said, and then, I said, where's your sister? Or where's Summer? They said she's downstairs playing with toys, Mom, which meant the basement where her toy room was, supposedly. And she said she yelled down to her. She didn't respond. And then she went down and looked for her and went from there. So is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Now, if you go back and watch that, what she actually says is, I went into the house and I shouted up to the boys, where's your sister? So she
Okay.
called up to the boys, where's your sister? Because obviously they were on the level above. They were in the bedrooms.
Gotcha.
So they were never actually in the kitchen watching the TV. They were always upstairs. So that means them boys never fucking seen Summer enter the house.
No, they probably didn't even know she was in there. Like I said a long time ago, I said that. You're right.
And the other thing I want to just bring up quickly is the interview with the guy. What's his name? Oze, is it? I can't pronounce his name.
Okay, yes.
Right. Well, I'm a bit, I don't know. I don't know if I'm picking up the wrong vibes, but I feel like he knew Dawn before Dawn went away, because he said things like he never went to church and stuff like that. If he only knew Dawn when Dawn came back to the house and he was only there for a week, surely you wouldn't be able to tell if someone goes to church or not.
True. Very true.
There's just, I don't know. It just, every time I hear something, it gives me more questions. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing is there's so many different lies and so many different miscommunications and so on and so forth that it what do you believe? Do you know what I'm saying? Like how do you believe anything that anybody from that home says, first of all? And second of all, anything else is purely word of mouth. So you don't know what's true, what's not true, because it's something that obviously at one point came from the people that live there to somebody else. And then you have rumors, you have there's just so many different things, which leaves all these questions for all of us.
Yeah.
Are you still there, Becca?
Yeah, I'm still here. It's just sad. It's like the dogs didn't pick up anything.
It goes beyond the level of sad. It's a horrible situation, honestly, that should have never happened.
And for her to be on YouTube is just crazy. This is the first time seeing anybody that's going through this come on YouTube.
And here's my question, okay? Your child's been missing for going on 10 months, right? And you don't, according to you, she was abducted. Bullshit. And this is what you're doing. You're getting on YouTube and you're laughing it up and having fun and joking around and doing this and doing that. Like, where is your mind?
But there's a video, I think a live stream, I think she deleted it. But she has a kid in the background. Like, who would leave their kids with her after this?
I saw that. She was
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you there?
I can't hear her.
You still there, Becca?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Say that again, because we didn't hear you very clearly.
There was a video, I think she may have deleted it, but I think she was in a hotel room and there's a little kid like laying behind her, but then she panned the camera over. Like, who would leave their kids with this woman after the fact?
All right. I saw that video. I actually was able to record it before she removed it. I believe she was in a motel room and she had a friend staying with her, and that was her friend's child. Because at one point, when I first saw her and saw the video, the first thing I saw before she turned her camera away was that child laying behind her. It almost looked like Summer.
That's what people
wearing
were
a hoodie,
saying.
and it like kind of freaked me out at first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what people were
And let me
saying.
tell you something as well, Rebecca. Yeah, Candace never spoke, barely spoke on camera when Dawn was with her.
Ever.
But they did that interview on the news together where they started to contradict each other with the hair statement.
I mean on YouTube, on camera, on YouTube. She barely spoke. Every time people would say, let Candace speak, let Candace tell her side of the story. Why won't Candace speak? She'd never speak to anybody. And then as soon as Dawn fucks off the prison, she's on YouTube.
Yep, speaking and shit. Like
Well, Dawn, they had a channel together. That
before
Dawn had
this,
before Candace's channel. There was a channel together. It was Canon, or I'm sorry, it was called Summer Wells something. I can't remember exactly, but Dawn did all the talking. He did all the live streaming, and you could hear Candace in the background. There was a couple live streams he did when they were both drunk.
and this is when Summer went missing.
After Summer was missing.
Are you
And
shitting me?
No, and there's one video that they had where Dawn, you could tell he was drunk, and in the background you hear Candace yelling and screaming, and she's drunk too or on something, and he's telling her to quit fucking doing this and doing that. You're gonna break my fucking door, you stupid bitch, and going on and
But
on
they
and on
have
and
no
on.
doors.
Right,
The
right.
doors, walls.
And then he thinks at one point he thinks that he stopped the live stream and it was still live, and he's just calling her all sorts of names and talking about I should punch you in the fucking face and going on and on, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right.
Dude,
So,
I don't mean to laugh, but this is like I said, never seen this shit before. Like, your daughter's missing and you come to YouTube, like the Orrin Orson case. After they did that interview, they never spoke. You never saw them unless
exactly.
It's something else.
Well, I hate to say anything. I hate to say anything good about anybody like this at all, but I think the Wests had a little more common sense than these two idiots do, and didn't put themselves out there like that for fear of incriminating themselves.
But that's the thing. If they have a lawyer, like, you need to fire him because you shouldn't be online. I don't know if they could use these videos in court. Like, can they?
Oh yeah, there's certain things that can be used, and that's what I was hoping
for.
for.
Yeah, true. I don't know if you. Yeah, they could. Like, they use in a defamation case all the time.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm praying to God almost on a daily basis that she does her live streams and completely just screws it up. And
I'm pretty sure people are recording it.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody does. That anybody that has the opportunity to does. Unfortunately, I can't play it back, but we'll get there, guys. I promise we'll get there. I keep saying this over and over again, but we'll get to that point. Yeah, I'm praying to God, and I'm sure Dawn is in jail, scared to death every single day, not knowing when she's going live and what she's going to say.
Well, how long does he have for that DUI?
I think it's 18 months. Don't quote me, but I think that's what it was.
Well, was he locked up before for any period of time?
I'm sorry, hon, that broke up. Say it again.
Was he locked up before, arrested and locked up?
Yeah, I believe he's been in prison once before too. Again, I don't have the details on that 100%. But what's up, Rusty?
Because people are saying he might crack.
This is due to a DUI and a probation violation, and he got an 18-month span for this one. But I don't know what else there is. And yeah, Kimberly, I touched on that in the beginning of my live streaming about this, that they both actually talk about Summer in the past tense. And that was very, very early on in the investigation.
Absolutely.
Very shortly after she went missing. So it's obvious to me that they both already knew that she was gone. So that'll tell you right there.
And even now, every time she's talking to Benny Keys on his panel, when he goes off topic,
if you're talking, Miss Amy, I cannot hear anything you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, and I know why. Hold on 1 second, guys. I know what's going on with my speaker. Hold on 1 moment. I'll be right back. I'm an idiot and forgot to plug my charger in for my speaker. 1 second.
Where are you from, Miss Amy?
Ireland.
That explains the beautiful accent.
Pardon?
That that explains the accent.
Oh.
We just had a
Yeah.
St. Patty's Day parade over here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Paddy's Day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I cannot
Yeah.
wait.
What do you do
The
over there?
shenanigans I'll be getting up to.
I bet it's pretty bigger over there than it is over here.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
All right, guys, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yep.
hear you.
And Becca?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot to plug my charger in for my speaker and it went dead. So my apologies. Moving on. Welcome back, Kyle. So what did I miss when I was gone?
We are just talking about Paddy's Day.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead with your conversation. Give me one moment.
Yeah.
He's a busy man, isn't he? His phone is always blown up.
Where I got the same ringtone. I'm thinking, is that my phone? This case is something else. Like,
Oh,
that's all
it's
you see
bad.
is wrong.
I thought the Madeleine McCann case was bad, but this one is just. The thing is,
Yeah.
all the rumors that we hear, it could go any direction. Do you know what I mean? Because it's so fucked up.
You know, but for her to bring it to YouTube, that's just my thing. Where I'm just like, for real, like that's what makes it so different. Like,
Yeah, and she'll even sit on a guy's panel called Benny Keys, and when he's not even talking about Summer, she's still there. And I think if that was me, I'd be going, "Aye, motherfucker, we're here to talk about my missing child."
but I never caught any of her live streams, so I don't know. She took like, what was the purpose of her coming on? Like, you should be out searching,
It's
doing
just think
something
it's
productive.
I feel like she just absorbs the attention and she just feels better about herself. She ain't looking for Summer because she knows Summer won't be found alive.
Cause isn't she worrying about the boys?
I mean,
Concerning
she
some.
does. She does the odd time. I mean, when she remembers that she's got more kids.
Oh, like, I don't know. It just seems like, you know how Chris Watts got rid of his kids to be with, the side chick.
Yeah,
I was looking like they just want to be kid free. I don't know, man. Like they could just let the kids go to CPS, but
well,
some
it's not
say,
a first. It's not the first lot of kids that got taken away. She did have, I think it was two other children previously to meet and Dawn, and they got taken away as well. I mean, this is
what?
this is
She got more
months
kids?
ago. Yeah, she had more kids before she met Dawn,
Damn.
and they got dragged off her as well.
Wow. But like some other people are saying, secondary drowning.
That's what it sounds like. But like I said, there's so many different twists to this that it could be anything. Do you know what I mean?
But this is the bad thing too. Like people are so invested in these cases because they care so much.
Yeah.
But what if we're honestly doing a disservice? Because what if she takes any of these theories and uses them? Because we
Yeah,
don't
and
know what happens.
the other thing I said as well is I will eat my words if she hadn't got any involvement in this. Like I will be shocked, but I would be mortified that I'm sitting here accusing a woman of doing something if she didn't do it. I'm so convinced that she did do something.
I mean, but people they wait till they're dead, like about to they're on they're on heaven's door knocking, and then they'll confess. Like
Yeah,
as a mother, I don't understand if like it was an accident. Why
yeah.
wouldn't you get help? Call 911, or it would eat you up. Like, wouldn't you be having nightmares?
Oh
Like, if
yeah, I
you're
wouldn't
any
have sleep. My anxiety would destroy me. I wouldn't even be able to look at my friends' children because I'd be so envious that they had the children. Do you know what I mean?
right, but apparently that's not the case if she has that kid in the hotel room.
No, absolutely. She's still around children. I just wouldn't be able to do it.
They're
Like, I
fixing
mean,
up their.
if any of my children fall over when they're out playing and graze the knee, I feel guilty. I'm like, oh my God, that's my fault. Maybe I should have put longer trousers on them, or maybe I shouldn't let them swing as high on the swing. And you blame yourself for everything. She takes no fucking responsibility for that child's disappearance. I would
It
blame
makes
myself. I'd be like, it was me. I turned my back on the child. It's my fault.
it makes no sense. The story just makes no sense. Like the house location, the way the basement like is so small and narrow. Like
Makes the
the
fucking Atkins family
dogs,
look normal. Do you know that?
right? It's just I don't know. Like I said, this case is just something different. I mean, there's just so many cases of kids going missing, and that doesn't include the kids that get shot. And it's just like children are like losing their lives daily, and it's just like
Kyle, sorry, ladies, I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, Kyle, in a sense, it is. Well, I don't. Right now, he really doesn't have anything to lose. What else could he lose? If nothing at this point in time in his life, and I'm sure he knows, as he's sitting in jail, that the truth is going to come out eventually because he knows that his wife is an idiot. He knows that he's an idiot himself, and eventually it's going to come out, and they're both done. Whether they get the death
I
penalty,
mean,
which I doubt, but they're going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. So what does he have to lose? Honestly, Kyle.
but has she slipped up and said anything though?
She, well, Becca, I don't know if you have the ability to watch any of her live streams because a lot of them are deleted now. I've caught
That's what I'm
her,
saying.
and she says stuff like, at one point in time, she had made a comment about having to put Summer to the side so she could focus on her boys. Okay.
Yep.
Now, why would you say that? Now, I've said this to you guys before, and I've said, if my child was missing and I had 3 other children over here, and not that any of them should be put to the side, but they're going to be my secondary issue because I know that they're alive, safe, and well. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
So your number one priority should be the child that's missing, unless you know that child's not coming back. Okay.
Well, some people, I guess someone said that they said Candace was jealous of her own daughter.
Yeah, that was said before because Dawn paid so much attention to Summer, and that everybody else just thought she was so cute and sweet because she was a very beautiful little girl, unlike her mother. She took after her father, if you could look at them and tell. And that Summer was such a pretty little girl, so sweet with her pretty hair and her eyes, and I'm sure Candace looks in the mirror every day and realizes what she looks like, but that's her own fault. And I'm not a person that was going to down somebody by their looks, but if you don't want to take care of yourself, that's your problem. Because I saw Candace's sister. Her sister Rose was a pretty girl, and at one point Candace didn't look that bad. She's the one that chose to shave her head and to not take care of herself and to let herself get to that point. So you have nothing to be jealous of other than your ignorance and your lack of caring for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rebecca, Don did say one day on a live stream when he was drunk, he did say, Candace, you don't have an alibi. I've got 7. You're fucked.
Exactly. That was my
Well,
next comment.
can't they subpoena YouTube? Like, even if they delete these live streams, is there a way that they could get them?
Oh, of course, because there's so many people like us and thousands of others that have them saved or recorded or whatnot. Of course, and them themselves. Remember how long this investigation has been going on? I promise you that the FBI has downloaded and recorded everything that has come out of their mouths, whether it be online or in person.
Like, I'm just surprised. Like, I knew she was on YouTube, but him to have been on YouTube, like,
He was the first one, like I said, because I'm telling you, Don is all about power. Okay, that's all he wants to have total control and power of everything, and always has. That's been explained and that's been shown. And you can even tell in the interviews when they would be talking, like when he would look at her like it's okay to say that, or it's okay not to, or don't say that, or things like that. And when they were on Dr. Phil, he was like talking for her. And multiple times he spoke for her, and it looked to me like he had her drugged out to an extent when they did the first interview together.
Yeah. Like,
You know,
what
she
the hell?
seemed like she was completely out of it.
What the hell are
And
you on?
right, and you know, he would speak for her, and like Dr. Phil said at one point when they were on that show, he said, I understand, but why don't you let her answer for herself? It's
Did
Yeah,
she
power.
that's
walk off stage?
What's that?
Didn't Candace walk off stage on Dr. Phil?
Yeah, she did. For the first part of the interview with them, as soon as they started questioning her, she got all teary eyed and flubbery,
Real
and
tears.
yeah, which
Like,
made her look even
fake.
uglier than she already does. And she took her mic off and said, "I just want to go home. I feel like I'm being interrogated again," and walked off stage. Now,
Well,
what?
first of all, the parents are always going to be the first suspect, so
Of course,
you shouldn't be surprised. Like, you
but
shouldn't
why
feel
would
any type of way.
right? And why would you feel that way unless you have some form of guilt?
and didn't Dr. Phil have to get her teeth or something pulled out for her in order for her to go on the show?
I think so. Yeah.
Are you shitting
No,
me?
he had to pay to have her teeth done.
I wouldn't even brush my teeth if my kids went missing.
Right.
I wouldn't even have the time to give a shit about my teeth if my
Yep.
kids went missing.
Exactly. Which is why she sounds like she has shit in her mouth every time she talks.
I don't want to say this is for attention. You know how like some parents have what's it called munching by proxy, where they
Welcome, Bambi.
you know say their kids are sick just for attention. But god damn, like, I don't want to think.
That's called Munchausen's by proxy.
Like, I don't want to think. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't think that really fits in this situation.
oh no, I'm just talking about like for like the attention aspect. Like,
Yeah. I mean, no, I feel like she is enjoying the attention. That's why she does the live streams now. And like,
Damn right
you know,
she is.
and she will. What can I say? When she went to do the interview with Benny Keys when she was doing live streaming, she went and like did her hair and put on makeup, and it didn't help much, but she did all that stuff, and then she was trying to act a different way, and it was like, and he even made a comment, not that he was interested in her, but to make her feel good about herself, that she looked nice today and this and that, and she got all smiley and stuff like that. Like again, like Amy just said, she wouldn't even brush her teeth if her child was missing.
I wouldn't even change my clothes if my kids were missing.
Right.
I would keep out looking for them constantly. I wouldn't care if anybody said, "Oh, you look like fucking Beetlejuice. Go have a bath." I'd be like, "No, someone's got my kid. I ain't going home without my kid."
Right. Here's the point, and that's a great point because it makes me want to bring this to a point for you guys. How many times did they go looking for her? Those two.
Never.
None. Why?
How many searches have
They know where she is. They know they've buried her somewhere.
Exactly. They know that she's not. That's why they didn't go, and they tried to say. They tried to say that they stayed there in case somebody had to come back to them. You don't need to do that. The grandmother was there.
Benny Keys even went down there to that property with them, and he didn't even fucking look.
Because I think he knows.
Damn right he knows. Do you know what? Let me tell you something. I said this before. He is too street smart to be this stupid.
Right.
He knows. And I reckon he's after getting in with them and trying to be friends with them in the hopes that one of them will say something to him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because he's got his own background and his own history with the law and crime and stuff like that. He is too street smart to be this fucking stupid.
Right, and he even made a comment. Adrena, Bullhorn Betty, did an interview with him. He called her, and they don't get along very well, but they did during that conversation. And he even said, he supports them because he doesn't see any other reason not to right now. But he said, I would be the first person to turn my back on them if it came out that they did this, or that. And I believe that he will, and I hope he does. But he, I think that his ulterior motives are befriending them to be able to find something out and to be the first person to come out with it. You know what I'm saying, Amy?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And and he'll get the reward money as well. And if he does get a confession, so he should.
That's what it's all about. Exactly.
Well, it has to get done, right?
What'd you say, hon?
It has to get done. He already got his foot in the door. But I mean, are they that stupid?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Let
I
me
mean,
tell you
because
something. I'm a pure creep. I am. If one of my neighbor's kids disappeared and I suspected it was her, I'd be rooting through her bins for information.
Exactly.
I would have a ladder at her bedroom window, fucking looking to see, is she doing anything weird? Is she hiding anything? I would creep that bad.
Yep.
I'm so surprised everybody in that area is not attacking. And I don't mean violently at all. I just mean needing information, standing outside, everything.
Well, here's the thing. I think almost all of their neighbors could not stand them. They didn't like them at all, and they all believe the same thing. The neighbors that have been spoken to, the only one that I really don't trust is that Jody Sue. I think she's full of shit for the most part.
Is
And
that the one who said she heard the scream?
yes.
Yeah.
I don't trust her, and I think she tells a lot of bullshit just so she can get some notoriety and be on TV or whatever. But, um, I think that they've just kind of like they figured that they're guilty and they'll get caught, and they just backed away from it. I know a lot of the neighbors helped with the initial search, and I think the secondary search, and
Yeah.
I think they know they're not going to find anything because there's nothing there.
Yeah.
It's not there. It's where, and I'm telling you guys, my opinion is that child's body is somewhere between Ben Hill Road and Jonesboro, where he was working at that day. It's in between there somewhere, and I think that there's probably multiple bodies of water, which there are in Tennessee, in between those areas, and that's where they're going to find her if they find her at all. I
that's
don't
the
think
sad
that
part.
I don't think the time was taken to actually bury her. I think she was either put in a body of water, or I hate to say this, okay, because it really disgusts me to say this, but there's a lot of farming in that area, okay, and in between Jonesboro and there, I'm sure there was quite a bit. And he knows all the back roads and all this to get through and back and forth in a short period of time. I wouldn't put it past him to have stopped and found a farm that had pigs on it and did something like that, because that
Yeah.
completely eliminates all evidence that is there, because everybody knows that pigs eat everything.
Oh
Not
yeah, they
everything. They don't eat what the hair or the nails or some shit.
No, they eat everything, hon. They've
they go
done
they go through bone, they do. They
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 eat
absolutely
bones
go
and
through.
everything. So
Yeah.
yeah. Uh,
Well, that's the
First
sad
Strike,
part.
Becca, I was going to tell you this once before, but First Strike did mention it, that they're hearing it that way too. That your mic keeps cutting in and out, in and out.
Yeah, I have my headphones in.
Okay, maybe that's why.
Yeah, you might have to take them out, Rebecca, so the chat can hear you, love.
Bambi, I don't
Is it
believe.
good now?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
better.
that's perfect, actually. Can you hear us? Okay.
So yeah, if they don't find a body, like I don't know how long. Like, would they be able to take this shit to their like deathbed? Like,
I mean, I'm sure somebody could, but eventually it's going to eat you from the inside out until somebody will screw up, whether it's now or whether it's 40 years from now. It's going to come out. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Candace seems like she's loving this shit. New teeth,
Yeah, I agree.
walls and doors. Like she.
You know what? She even started wearing a bra. That's what she did. When she done an interview on the news, she had an inside out fucking shirt on and no bra. She had no bra on. Now she's all bra'd up and everything.
Yeah, she's gross. I'm sorry.
Oh my.
I wouldn't even shave my legs. And she's putting
Yeah.
makeup on. It makes me laugh.
It's just disgusting. It really is. Like what? And then she already lost. I'm trying to think of how many. I think two or
Two
three
children. Yeah. Two children.
Okay.
So how many kids does she have?
She
3, 4, 5, 6 altogether, wasn't it?
right, and then on top of that, she had a couple, 2 to 3 abortions.
Shit.
And I think she had mentioned that there was a miscarriage at one point. Like, I think it should be court ordered that people like this should not be able to get pregnant. I'm sorry.
And you would think CPS would have been on our ass.
Well, and that's the thing that I think is wrong with our system right now is that you can have a child, have that child taken from you to never get him back, and go and have another child, and you're able to keep it until you prove that you're unfit for that one too. I think one time that it takes that you're unfit to have a child, you're not allowed to have them anymore. That's my opinion.
You would think that's how it is.
It should
That,
be.
that is an absolute joke. You know, over here, if
I'll
you
tell
had your children taken away and you're giving birth to a child, they're there waiting to take the child off you in the delivery room. So that is disgusting that you're allowed to do that where you guys are.
Oh, I
Wow.
know. That's the way it should be. And here's the thing: is here's a quick story for you guys. My ex-wife, her brother married a girl one time that had. They got married, and this girl had, and she was about my age at that time, and that was probably about 24, 25. Okay, and he had no children when he got with her. She had 3 kids previously before him. Okay, that's fine. And then they got together and had 3 more kids. So that's 6. Now, mind you, she didn't have the first 3. They were taken away from her. They had my ex brother-in-law and this girl had 3 other kids. Those kids were taken from them. And then she left him and hooked up with another guy and had 3 more kids.
God damn.
That's 9.
Wow.
And then I believe those children were taken. And then, from what I understood, she split up with him, got back with him, that same guy, and had 4 more children.
Holy shit.
This has all happened, and this girl had her first child when she was 17, and she's my age. I'm 47. 13 kids. And
She's done? I hope she's done.
Does not have one of them. And her children that she had previous to that, they're all grown, obviously, okay, and have nothing to do with her. They approached her, tried to have a relationship with her, and realized the type of person she was. Luckily, the families that raised those kids, taught them the rights and wrongs of life, and this just proves that these people exist. And I just said, like I said, like a breeding factory is what they are. Once you lose your first child, it should be court ordered that you do not touch another child. You can't do it. That's the way a law that should be put in place in my mind.
When you lose your children and they get taken into care, do you need to pay like child support for them?
I think my ex-brother-in-law did have to pay child support to the family that was fostering them. Now, once they're adopted out, no. But I think if they're being fostered, then yes, you do have to pay child support.
That's crazy.
There's so many cases.
14 kids.
What's that? Say that again.
There's just so many cases of like CPS dropping the ball. Like there's just so many. Like Gabriel Fernandez. Like there's just so many to remember all their names. There's just so many. Just
in Ohio, at least within the area that I'm in, there was a case about 5 years ago where a child was taken from a family, okay, for I'm trying to think of how to put it. It was suspected that the father was molesting the little girl. It was a baby, like 2, 3, 4 weeks old or something like that. This is disgusting. But anyway, moving on. I think the child, when it was like a month, about 2 to 3 months old, had been in CPS care or CSB care, they call it, Children's Services Board. And a relative went to visit that child. Okay. I can't remember if it was an uncle or a brother or a grandfather or something like that. Don't quote me. But while that relative was visiting with the child, it was a couple. It was an aunt and an uncle. While they were visiting that child in the room, they molested that child there.
Fucking hell.
At the CPS office. And I'm thinking, what? Like, you can't even trust them in that sense. Obviously, the whole family was fucked up, okay? But still, here in this area, our CPS is a joke, okay? They don't do what they should do. They don't do it. So many kids have been through things that they shouldn't have to go through because basically they have to be harmed before CPS gets involved here. which is too
The
late. That
bad.
child's already hurt. What are you going to do now? You know?
Yep. And that doesn't include what they go through in foster care and in the foster homes.
Yeah, and that's
So
another
like,
thing. Yeah, you're right. The foster families are sometimes worse. Well, and for instance, the West family, that case there,
Oh
um,
yeah.
the Oren and Oris, they were in a bad situation, but it was basically financial. It wasn't because the parents abused those children, or they hurt them or anything like that. They just couldn't afford to take care of them at that point, and they had some issues. They were going through the parenting classes and doing everything they had to do to try to get their children back, and then their children are murdered. Really?
yeah,
It just
it's like
it makes
CPS don't care about to the family. Like they could be taking kids away for nothing, and they don't care about reunifying the children. Like their main goal should be having the kids to go back with their parents rather than grow up in foster care. You know.
Well,
absolutely.
depending on the circumstances, some circumstances the kids should be returned if the parents have been through a lot of rehabilitating yourself as a parent. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And eyes
absolutely.
are watching you for the next 5 years or something like that. But then some parents don't even deserve to have children.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to hear that. By the way, welcome, Sassy. Miss Sassy said that child protection came to her home because she was abused and choked by her ex. She never harmed her child, but yet they harassed her for 6 months. And yes, I've seen and heard of that because, again, children shouldn't see and be around those situations. But it's the way they do things. They do things backwards. They don't do it the right way, and they wait until either it's too late or they harass people that really don't deserve to be harassed. You know what I'm saying? They drop the ball on every aspect. I think in a lot of different ways.
And another way they drop the ball is after these kids go into these foster homes, like they don't never do like long in-depth investigations, and like they just leave them there and just like, okay, here's some money, it's a medical, and hopefully everything turns out well. Like in Rhode Island, there was this case where this single disabled fat woman got about, I think, like 8, 9 disabled children, mind you.
Mm.
She was allowed to foster them, and I guess she was neglectful. They missed the house search, so they didn't go in and check the house. The house was disgusting. I guess she was having one of the disabled children bathe another disabled child. I guess she
Oh
had
yeah.
I forgot what she had,
Oh my
but she basically died in the bathtub. The
Wow.
child died in the bathtub, and now she's being. I guess she just got charged, and I forget how long she's doing. But like
My
CPS never follows through.
Now that you bring that up, that reminds me of my first wife was adopted. Okay, she came from a very bad situation. Her brother and her sister, they were adopted into this family, and this family, they have a lot of money. When I met my first wife, I'm like, wow, your parents do well, so on and so forth. So she tells me her story, which was very sad too. And then, I come to meet her parents, and they have 23 children in the home, not to mention three other adult children that had already moved out. Well, what they did was, my ex father in law, he worked for General Motors, so he made okay money. But my ex mother in law, she worked for a place called NOAS, which is Northeast Ohio Adoption Services. Okay, so they were fostering children into their home, but they were fostering special needs, or there's another word I can't think of, but they were a lot of most like 75% of them were special needs children or children that were like had to be on ventilators and stuff like that. So they got all this money every month for taking care of these kids. And that's why they only adopted a select few, because once you adopt them, you stop getting that money. As long as you're fostering these kids,
You still
then
get
you
money.
get, and I'm talking, Amy, I'm talking like thousands upon thousands of dollars a month they received for these kids. So
Yeah.
much money that they moved out of the area they lived in when I had first met my first wife. They moved to a very, very, very high end area in another city and built from the ground up a house that looks like a miniature of the White House that had 18
The
bedrooms in
hell?
it. Okay. And they
Fucking
bought all these new cars and had all these nice things. But these kids, Now they had 3 children that they had adopted from an Amish home that were abused, and all 3 of these children were mentally retarded. Okay, they were functional, but they were mentally retarded. These
There you go.
3,
I think they might get paid after adoption when they adopt them.
well, I was told differently, but you could be right.
Because why would they keep these children?
Well, again, I
Like,
don't know. I was told that they stopped getting maybe they do get a monthly check for them because they're in fact, I think you're right. I was lying in a sense. I think because the children were mentally challenged, they were on disability, so they received a
I
check.
think they get a little bit more if
Yeah,
they're disabled. They got a little
right,
more.
right. So they received a check for them, but this other money for the fostering was so much more. It was ridiculous. I saw a check one time. I about blew my mind, but
Dude,
um,
it's big business. Like you would think that
huge.
people that adopt and foster do it because they have compassion, they
No,
care, they
right,
want to make a
right.
difference. But no, you think
No,
CPS would give a shit because they're still getting paid regardless too.
listen. I
It's
caught
big
one
business.
time. I saw a check laying on their table one time by accident. Okay, and I'm not bullshitting you. It was from um, the state of Ohio. And in the caption below, it says NOAS, which is the Northeast Ohio Adoption for Respicare. That was what it was called, Respicare Services. $75,000 for 1 month.
Holy shit.
But
Mind you, they
they had
pay for
all,
medical too.
but still, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why they did it. And it was found out that those 3 adult children that still live there that were mentally retarded were taking care of all the other children. The respiratory kids that needed the vents cleaned, and that there was one child that they had that was born with a brain but no brain stems, so he was basically a vegetable. And
Oh,
they did all the kids took care of everything and cleaned and cooked and did everything. The parents did nothing. And at
yep.
one point, they finally got caught because, like, me and my wife actually called children's services on them because it made us sick what went on there. And their biological child and his wife called children's services on them too, because it was just disgusting. Well, one of the children, they adopted a group of children from the Toledo area, okay? And they brought them in. They had them there for a period of years. And one of the other kids she was about 19 at the time. She was pretty much mentally retarded. Well, the one kid from that group did something with her, and she ended up pregnant. Okay,
My gosh.
and they had her carry the baby to full term and delivered it, and they have the baby, or yeah, they have the baby. In turn, that kid got found out. He went and hung himself. It's sad to say because he came from a troubled home too. But all of this mess went on. This was after that I divorced my wife that I found all this out, that this kept happening. And it just like blew my mind. Like, are you kidding me? So yeah, I've seen and heard about all of this type of shit. It's just
Dude, it's crazy.
real. What'd you say, Becca?
It's crazy. Like the amount of cases of this happening in all the 50
Oh yeah,
states. Like it's
yeah. Our children are lost. The children that end up in the system, unfortunately, I believe, are lost in the system, and it's very sad what happens to a lot of them. And a lot of them, uh, in times because of their situations, turn into criminals because of the situation they've been through, because they're not
Yeah.
receiving the correct treatment or the correct counseling or therapy that they probably need. It leads to criminal activity in some senses too.
and you would think CPS is, the moral high standard. They know what's best for the children. They know which parents are pieces of shit, but yet they don't have systems set in place. Like you already know these children are, I don't want to say damaged, but they need certain type of treatment and care. Why don't you give it to like at least 21? Like
Yeah.
they just don't care. They don't care. It's all about the Benjamins at the end of the day.
Well,
Like they don't have nothing set up.
CPS, because when that stuff went on with my brother-in-law, me and my ex-wife got custody of the first child that they lost, and of course, he threatened to break in and kill everybody and do this and do that because we wouldn't let him see his child because he was dangerous, obviously. And so we said, for the sake of her or the safety of that child and our safety, we need to, give her back to you guys, and you guys can find a foster home that he doesn't know about and go from there. But it's proof that, when we spoke with child CPS, I keep calling them, but when we spoke to them, they said that they do the best that they can do with their resources, at least in our area, and that the problem is there's not enough funding for them to do what they have to do. To hire enough caseworkers, to have the facilities to do this and this and that. I can believe that
I mean,
to an extent.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all because
but the people they do have on staff don't seem to give a shit regardless.
exactly. That's my point. If that's how they're trained.
Miss Amy, you still there?
Yeah, I'm just taking all this in. I'm just.
Oh,
okay.
It's so sorry. Go ahead, Becca. I'm gonna grab something to drink. You guys go ahead and finish what you're saying.
I mean, if that's how they're trained, and if children are still slipping through the cracks and being abused and harmed and stuff, like it's more than just staffing and money issue at this point. Like you could keep throwing money at the issue all you want. The issue still persists that these caseworkers don't give a shit. Like
they're not trained fully. Over here, some of them are. They get the job, they go in there and they're told to sit down and start looking through files and educate and train themselves through the stories of the children they're going to be working with. And a lot of them even like they're working there for a week. It's their first week and they're on call going out to these homes by themselves without any other CPS worker besides them. It's all about the training. It doesn't matter how much funding they have. If the staff isn't trained properly, then you might as well be sending fucking inbreds out there to take care of kids.
Like there's more than just being a social worker. Like you would have to be like trained in like children's psychology, like to know if a child's being abused. Like I think it's more than just the paperwork and what they do that they need to work on. I don't know. It's just lots of cases of this happening. So it's not just a state by state issue. It's an overall issue.
It's everywhere.
Well, the United States is horrible as far as this kind of stuff is concerned. I don't know, I've heard that things are bad in Russia and China and, places like that too. But as far as kids slipping through the cracks per se, I think we're the worst.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad everywhere. There's some horrible cases over here as well.
And
how do kids go missing in foster care? How does that happen?
I just that's my thing is how like the background checks that should be going on, and checking up on these kids in foster care. They should. I mean, I've seen more cases of kids going into foster care and having more problems than they had in the original family. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like you would think half the problems wouldn't exist if their main goal was to work on the issues that the family was having that caused the intervention in the first place.
Right. And I mean, Sassy makes a good point. She says they're not paid enough either. And here's the thing. If you're really, like she says also that some are compassionate and some are just straight up nasty. And that's a fact. For some people, this is a job for a paycheck. And that's all. And that shouldn't be. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're there just to get a paycheck, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be there because you want to be there because you care about the kids.
That should be your motivation.
The system is, right? I'll tell you how shit the system is. I'm not going to give any personal information away, but I was in a position where I knew somebody who got taken away from their mum, and that child asked, because she knew me and knew my children, can I go to Amy's, please? And they knocked at the door and asked me if I'd take her in. And I said, yeah, until they found the biological father. And after they found the biological father, she didn't want to go with him because she had no relationship. And they turn around and says to me, is it okay if she stays with you? They didn't even know my last name, never done a background check. I could have been anybody.
Wow.
I could have been anybody. And all they did for her is it was coming up to Christmas one year and they turned up and gave her some toys and some gifts that was wrapped up. They never pulled her to the side and asked, how you getting on? Is she a weirdo? Nothing like that. They just left me. I could have been anybody. I could have had dossers coming in and out of my house. I could have been a psychopath, a child abuser, anybody. And they never even done a background check on me. They never asked the child, what's going on, what's the routine. They never even went upstairs to check bedrooms. Do I have enough food in my fridge for the children that I have got, my children? They did nothing. And then they just said, oh, she wants to stay with you. She doesn't want to go to her dad's. Can she stay with you? And I was like, no, she fucking can't.
Right.
I'm sorry, but I'm spending my money, my hard-earned money on this child. It needs to go to my children.
And
I wasn't that I was being nasty about it. It was making them do their job. Introduce the child to her father. Do it properly, make sure they've got a good relationship. You can't just dump her on me. I could be anybody. I've only met this kid about 5 times.
Wow, that's
crazy. Bad the system is. It's so bad.
She read an article. Sassy says she read an article, and in Germany, that Germany will let convicted pedophiles adopt and foster children because they believe they will love the children the most. How disgusting!
Yep, I heard that. I heard that.
That's just fucking ridiculous. I've never heard of anything like that in my life.
Well, how many foster homes have children been molested and way more abused than they were in their original homes? Like
that happened around here. There was 2 different cases, separate cases here in this area for a fact that one family, they just could not afford to have that child. They had 4 children already and could not afford a 5th. So rather than an abortion or an adoption, they lost the child to CPS into foster care, and that child went to foster care for 5 years. And in that 5-year period, that child was molested by 3 different people in the same family. Like, how? You know what I mean? Like, how does this even happen?
It's an imperfect system that needs a whole overhaul, a whole new way of thinking and doing things, because as it's showing you in every state, it's not working. And they should be realizing this if they truly care about the children and our future, because these kids are our future. They're going to be the people that are going to take care of us and make the world keep running. And it's like, come on.
And then they look at when these people commit criminal acts, they go back and they try to blame it on, the system, because this child slipped through the cracks of the system. Well, why did that happen in the first place? How many people that are our age have emotional problems or mental problems that were caused from the fact that they went through this as a child that could have been prevented?
And that's another thing too. They're not trained in, like I said, child psychology to know, like, if you're taking a child and ripping them away from their parents, they're gonna have some type of separation anxiety. You're not teaching the foster parents, like, to deal and how to fucking cope with that shit, how to, teach the children how to cope with that shit.
That's what Sonny,
they don't care.
Right. Sonny just said that in Michigan, the CPS workers shouldn't be hired off the street, but they don't have degrees to have to be I mean, I think you should have to have a background in child psychology and stuff like that to be able to be that type of a worker. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you don't have people, to apply for the jobs that have those degrees, I guess you have to go with what you get. And unfortunately, we end up with
Well, that's the thing. Where they could actually implement new changes. Why can't you just hire a specific professional that does that?
Right.
You don't have to have just one caseworker. Like, you have different people handling one case so that everything gets handled the correct way and nothing gets mislooking. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't know.
They've been talking about changing when all the issues with Black Lives Matter started and Antifa and all that stuff. They started talking about taking the police away and bringing in like psychiatrists and psychological experts to talk to criminals rather than doing what the cops do. And it's like, what?
No, not.
I mean, how is a psychologist going to enforce the law?
You're going to get stabbed. You're trying to talk a psycho down.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, the government does not have the right. The people that run the government do not have the right mindset, I think, in some senses, to be able to handle these agencies and everyday issues that go on in our lives, to do this, to make these decisions, to to even come up with the shit that they're coming up with to do this stuff blows my mind. Um, it's completely. I think you should have to sit down if you're going to work for Child Protective Services. First of all, you should have to have some kind of a background or a degree in child psychology. Period. Second of all, you should have a full blown background check done, as far as your background, your criminal history, your childhood. I mean, going that far back, all of it, and then a face to face interview, and you should have to be put through certain issues and circumstances to see how you act in those situations before you can become
And
that person.
you know how nurses have to have, continuous education for their degrees and whatnot?
Absolutely.
CPS should also have continued education. They should be looking at the cases from all the different states that look, this is what you should be looking for. Look what slipped through the cracks because this is what happened.
I
They need to
agree.
be using it as case studies
I agree.
if they cared, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And that's the thing
because
is
they
I
already
don't.
have overview boards and they don't do nothing.
They completely well. They really did let that little girl down. I mean, even if Candace didn't let CPS into the house, look at the state of the yard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what that Jose had touched on
That
it.
yard was a death for them children.
Well, right. I mean, well, I mean,
Yeah,
if we
and
go
they had Jose living in the house, and CPS didn't even know he was there.
right, and he could have, like he said, he could have been he could have been a strange person. He could have done this, that, and anything else, and they got him sleeping in their children's playroom. Like, really? And they're worried about the kids
Yeah,
waking him
and
up.
what did Jose say? What did Jose say in the interview? My mind was, I wasn't mentally ill. I wasn't mentally stable. I was very mentally ill because of the divorce. And
Right.
he could have been, he was around them kids and he admitted himself he was mentally, not there.
Unstable. Yeah. I mean, and he himself even said that when he got there, the yard was a mess. There was poisonous snakes in the yard. There was a bee's nest in this one area. Dawn showed in the one interview the refrigerator that one of the kids could have been trapped in at any time. There was all sorts of metal and old cars
He
and
used to play
machinery.
hide and seek in the refrigerator. I mean, who lets their
Exactly.
kid go into the fucking refrigerator to hide?
No. Yeah,
Well, that's
because
the thing too, which is crazy. They all. This is the connection between the Orrin Orson case. They said that Orrin Orson was rambunctious, and with the Summer Wells case, they like to put it out there that she liked to go outside. She would always go outside, and the boys. I would always ask the boys, "Where's Summer?" Like they had
They
to
made her
let
seem
that be
feral.
known.
They did.
say that again. The end of that cut out. I'm sorry.
They made her seem feral, like some
Yeah.
feral child that
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
like to be outside, like to run around in no shoes. If my kids like to play in the yard with no shoes, I'm making them put shoes on, or they're
Of
not
course.
going outside the door. Get dressed, get some clothes on. The neighbors could be looking at you, and then you can go outside.
I mean,
Yep.
if you had a nice closed in, grass yard, then maybe you could let your kid outside with no shoes and play. But that wasn't that yard, man. And the woods. Didn't they say don't go out there? There's like wild animals and stuff.
Of
They had
course.
a
Yeah.
broken down school bus and everything out there. I mean, what the fuck?
I get it. I get it.
I'm sorry, I
Sassy
shouldn't be
did.
swearing on your panel.
No. I do it. You can do it. I've told you you're welcome to do anything you want here, dear. I think Sassy did put up another comment where she said that it was admitted that Hunter had admitted that he lost his virginity to Candace, which in turn, let's go back and look at that. That makes Candace a pedophile as well because she was what, 38 years old and he was 15.
So wait, that's actually came out now as a legit thing.
From what I understand, yeah, it was talked about before, and then
Yeah, I know there was
really.
rumors. There was rumors, but is it facts now?
I guess Jose had touched on that subject too, in part of one of the interviews. It was brought up to him, and I'm pretty sure that that's what the issue was between Allie and Candace because they were saying that Allie noticed that Candace pretty much threw herself at Hunter and was all over him all the time. And
Uh,
I mean, again, as gross as it is, these are facts.
Dude,
So
I'd be smacking her if I was the mother. Can you relax? Like the hell?
And that makes sense too, because I'm sure Hunter was probably a little bit nervous about the situation, considering his age and her age. And I mean, God, look at her. But
Oh,
that would explain why she's trying to get him drunk so that she can take advantage of him again with him being comfortable.
And it does make sense as well because Candace did tell H that they were going out fishing and she didn't even pack fishing rods. So
Exactly.
she did want to get him out alone. And of course, a kid is going to say, yeah, I want to go fishing with no fucking fishing rods. Like, where's the fishing rods, Candice?
So they send Summer out to play in the water by herself while Grandis is sitting in the car on her phone, and they can go over here and drink and smoke their shit, and she can diddle with him. You know what I'm saying?
Madness.
It's fucking disgusting. I agree, Lola. I really do. I mean, Lola says that we live in such a fucked up society that it seems like people just don't give a damn anymore about
Yeah,
children.
but people let this happen, though. Everyone let this happen. Don
Right.
let it happen. You know, H's mum let it happen. You know, everyone around there, even the guy who done the interview, he said so much fucking shit about that dump that they
Yeah.
lived in. But
Yep.
what did he do about it?
well,
Nothing.
that slogan,
That's
see
the
something, say
problem.
something, doesn't work, I guess.
That's the
Yeah, the
problem,
church
though.
let it happen, the schools let it happen, everybody let that happen. When that child was born, she had no hope. She
None.
had no hope at all.
I agree. And here's the thing. Unfortunately, our society, and I think that's kind of what Lola was touching on with this. She also said that in that same comment that they arrested 4 people, employees that worked for Disney for sex trafficking.
Yup, they
That's
did.
supposed to be the safest place in the world for children to be is a Disney fucking world, and they're
Oh
not
wait,
safe.
and the church.
And the
Don't forget
church.
the church.
Now, if you go back and look at this whole case, okay, there's schools, churches, relatives, friends of the family that are all involved, and it's because our society today is based on the point that what if it doesn't happen in my home, it's not my business. I don't
Yeah.
bother with it. I don't pay
Yep.
attention, and that's wrong. Okay, because back in the day, that at least when I grew up, when I would walk out the door of my home to go to the neighborhood I lived in to play or whatever I was doing, everybody else in the neighborhood knew who I was, where I
Yeah.
was,
The
and
whole community.
and if there
They
were
watched
kids at
out for
my
each other.
house, their parents knew. All the parents in the neighborhood had each other's phone numbers, and I'm telling you, this happened more than once. I can tell you more than one time that I fucked up when I was at somebody else's house and I got swatted, and then I got home and got my ass beat for that because they made a phone call. You
Yeah,
know, and that's just how that works. That's the way things. That's why things are so fucked up now, because there have been so many laws put into place that are supposed to be protecting children when in turn it actually hurts them more. It blows my mind. I can't grasp it. I really can't.
Yeah, things
Are you
is actually
familiar?
bad.
Are you familiar with the case? I think his name was Gabriel Fernandez. There's just so many cases, everything gets mixed up. But his teacher would always call CPS to report like his head being shaved with like cigarette burn marks, and would
Oh, the
report what the child was telling
Gabriel
them.
Fernandez. Yes.
Is
Yep.
that the little boy who starved?
Uh, I remember
They
the
locked him
name.
in the box, right?
Is that the little boy who they starved and they told the school not to feed the child because he had a particular diet or something?
Yes.
Is the kids? Oh, it is that child, yeah.
Yep, that was him. Gabriel Fernandez. I remember that. That was a very sad story.
But the teacher would always call CPS and they wouldn't do anything. Like they would always believe the parent regardless of the physical evidences, which was fucking weird as shit.
Well, just like Sassy
And
said, I
again,
guess.
that's because we're untrained.
Sassy said that Allie Hunter's mother filed a police report in regards to the whole situation with Candace, and nobody did anything about it. So that tells you right there.
Did she? Hunter's mom. Is there any way anyone could get that report? Shit.
It'd be nice to see that. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff, because of the investigation, is still locked down.
Even though the shit Hunter's mom filed?
Yeah, yeah, you can't get a hold of anything that has anything to do with that family or that investigation. The
Even if you
Gabriel,
file a FOIA?
what? Say that again, hon.
Even if you file a FOIA request to get it?
I don't think you can right now because I think anything that would be public knowledge that is involved with this case is locked out completely. You can't touch any of it right now.
Yes.
I think.
True.
Guys,
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
Gabriel. I'm sorry, Amy. Say again.
I'm gonna go. I gotta hop off. I finished eating my dinner at 4 o'clock, and it's 9 minutes past 6, and I still haven't cleaned my kitchen.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you have tonight?
I had shepherd's pie.
Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
but
I
I
love it.
seriously, I gotta go. I finished eating 2 hours ago, and I still haven't cleaned my kitchen. And I'm just waiting on one of my children to go downstairs and walk into the kitchen and be like, "Mom, why is the kitchen still not clean? We finished
Yes,
eating 2 hours ago."
not a problem, hon. Thanks so much for being up here with us. I appreciate you. And thank you guys. You guys all
Okay,
thank Amy again for that link for the interview. We will
Jamie.
talk to you just as soon as we possibly
bye.
can. Amy, you have a great night.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I miss Amy.
Um, yeah, what was I gonna say? Where they? Oh yeah, the Gabriel Fernandez case is the one that happened in my area, where they buried the little boy in the backyard.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
that was.
just so many cases of CPS failing these children, and it's so gruesome. And it's like you get them mixed up sometimes. It's like
Mhm.
it's just so heart wrenching. Like, how can you do this to a child? Like,
It doesn't make any sense. It is.
there was this one case where they didn't even have the baby's picture. One cop took the it was a newborn, like not even a year old, where she was all bruised up. I guess she photoshopped it and took all the bruises, and that was the only photo available of that baby. But like what they did to that baby, the own father and like I think it was the brother,
Yeah,
threw the baby up into a fan, like uh are like I don't want to say this shit. It's just so fucking horrible.
it is. So it's I can't.
I don't want to repeat this shit. Like, I don't know how people could compose themselves and sit through. Like, I give them props for being able to do the videos and sit and like tell these stories like complete composure and like
It's sad. It's
just
it's.
to get
I
through
mean,
them.
when I was in EMS and medical services, I've had multiple calls to homes for abuse for children, and it's very hard to stand there and look at the people that in the face that you know are doing this and talk to them like they're human while you're treating their child that they abused. Do you know what I'm
And they
saying?
sit there and lie, and you
And you
know
can see
seeing
right
these
through them.
rooms.
You can see right through them. So yeah, it's just it's all disgusting. It makes me sick, which is why I do what I
Like
do. You know, anyway.
CPS needs to get it together. This needs to be a community effort. Like doctors know when your story and the physical and the bruising and the old bruising is not matching up. Like,
Well, you know what? I just watched another story last week about this little girl, this sweet little girl. I can't remember her name, but she was 7 years old. Okay. She died at the age of 7 because her mother had that Munchausen's by proxy and made her daughter sick in a sense. Okay. And took her, she had 23 different surgeries um, by the age of 7. And finally, they were questioning the doctors and nurses that were involved in this why they hadn't reported it because there's a law that if you think or see things like this going on that you have to report abuse of any sort like that, especially medical abuse. Okay. And nobody had done it. Okay. So finally, when this little girl finally passed away because of all the shit that she was taking and all the stuff that was going on with her, and it's just so sad because they even had a make a wish thing for her, and she dressed up as a Disney princess and was just so happy and singing. They showed the video, and the mother's standing right there, just smiling away. The mother had taken in over 30 some $1,000s worth of donations to help with everything, and all sorts of different stuff. And she loved all the attention, of course, which is why these people do this. So when the little girl died, shortly thereafter, the mother had another daughter that she had claimed had cancer. she
Oh
brought
God.
the child and it went into remission when the other daughter was sick. So once the daughter died, she brought the other daughter back and said her cancer came back, and a doctor caught on finally and called the police. She was arrested, went through the whole scenario, put in prison, so on and so forth. And there was a protection order put against her to where she couldn't contact that other daughter. And they caught her while she was in prison, so she got an added sentence. While she was in prison, trying to contact that daughter to tell her to do and say this so that they will believe that she has these symptoms. Like, how fucked up are you?
Yeah, what about the parents that get ballsy and do the shit while they're in the hospital? Like, god
Oh,
damn,
yeah.
which have cameras if you suspect
Exactly.
something.
Exactly. It's
It's just like it's just like big. Like if you like, we could keep expanding. Like this issue's bigger than it's like every aspect between school, like doctors, like mental illness, and like what causes it. Like how do you prevent it? Like
yeah, they need to take some of this money that they put out for. Don't get me wrong. I don't disagree with St. Jude's and all those other things that they take donations for, but they need to come up with a stronger, better organization that deals with stuff like this, and they need to put as much money into that and as much funding and as much concentration into that as they can, so that this stops before it's too late for too many kids, because it already is in my opinion. I,
kids are the
I agree
biggest
with you, Sassy.
victims.
It's one of the hardest things to talk about for me because it really bothers me a lot. It really does. And seeing the things I've seen and hearing these stories, and it drives me nuts. It really does. I want to be able, like Sassy just said, it'd be hard. She wouldn't be able to do it. She'd want to rip them apart and steal their kids. Like, you know how many times I've been in a grocery store and watched a young, inexperienced, ignorant ass teenage mother in the store with her child that's like 1 or 2 years old, that's screaming and yelling and trying to get her attention for whatever reason. And she just walks over and open handed will slap this child multiple times and grab the child by its neck and tell it to shut the fuck up and do this and do that. I mean, I've seen that happen more than once. I mean, you know how hard it was for me to not walk over there and like choke that person out and take that child and walk away with it. I'm telling
Well,
you.
that's why I think anyone under 18 should have mandatory parenting classes because that shit ain't easy. That's not something you just learn to do, especially if you're a teenager doing school, having to work, be a parent, and most of the time they're single parents, so it's like that's another added on stress. It's like you should have automatic parenting classes. I mean, and as a new mother, you should be willing to do it because who wouldn't want the help and knowledge?
Right, right. Hey, John, and welcome. And you know what, John, I agree with you in that aspect. John says that I would give to homeless on the street before I would give to any charity that their CEO is on 100K a year, and I agree with you on that aspect,
And
100%.
that's the crazy shit too. If you think about these charities, these CEOs make all this money, and then the money that ain't going on their high salaries go on like advertising so they can make more money. And then not even a fraction of that goes on research because all the money they pour in for like cancer for kids and breast cancer, where's the cure? Why is there a delay? Like,
Well, you can have the cure if you have enough money to pay for it, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
of course.
A lot of people can think I'm crazy. They can call me a conspiracy theorist. You can say whatever you want to say. I, in my opinion, feel that there is a cure for cancer. We just can't afford it, and I'm going to leave it at that.
And that's the thing, Dago. If these pharmaceutical companies did their jobs, you would be off of these meds. You'd be healthy, and the medications be working. Like, there's no money in cures and health. Like,
You
a
know how
patient.
many, Becca? Do you know how many sicknesses and diseases that there are that have been invented just so that big pharma can make medications to give you that don't even exist? Like, there's people that take medication for shit that they don't even need it for, just so that big pharma can have the money that they have,
Oh
and that's
yeah,
where all this has
like
come
not
from.
for nothing. Like they call it side effect. Not side effects. They call them adverse effects. Like because of the medication. It's like no, that's not normal. But like what was it? I think it was Viagra. I think it was for the heart or something. But then since they were getting that adverse side effect for The
Well,
man thing,
Viagra, yeah,
that's what they were selling it for.
right. Viagra is a sexual enhancement medication, but it, God forbid, if you have a heart problem and you take it, you're going to have another problem. You know what I mean? So,
Well, a lot of these medications too, like for depression, like yeah, who the hell wants to be depressed? But then a side effect is that you want to kill yourself. It's like great, I'm sad, but then I want to kill myself. Great.
tons of them are like that. Yeah. And like, again, John had the perfect point. You know, that's what I was kind of saying.
That's what it is.
Big pharma does not want a cure for anything because they're going to go out of business if there's a cure.
Well, that's the thing. If you think about half these medications, like if you do like simple lifestyle changes, you wouldn't need them. They'd be out of business. Like yo, we could go on and on with this bullshit. Like recycling and plastic, they're connected. Like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just all about money.
Absolutely.
Money, and greed. They don't give a fuck about people, the planet, or anybody. Like, I don't know, this world's fucked up, man. World just fucked. Don't forget to get your fourth booster shots, guys. It's all about the money. Oh, there goes phone's ringing.
Yep. I agree. 1 second, guys. Give me one quick second here. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. My phone rings ridiculously, and then it's the telemarketer. Gotta love it.
Right.
Oh, man. Yeah, unfortunately, nowadays, our society and the way things are just it's not right. In so many different ways, it's not right.
It's not, and it's like they don't see it as a problem. Like they don't think of. Well, they do. It's like they want to go electric. It's like really, you think the grid can handle that? It's like we already got problems, and that your solutions are gonna cause even more problems. It's like, come on,
Yeah,
like it's just
exactly.
it's a mess.
They want to go cashless and do this and do that. And I'm sorry, but no.
That's all about control. Shut you down, take you, and break you. And no, thank you. Cash is the way to go. And bring it back to being backed by the gold. Thank you, not the IOU. Like it's just crazy. It's like
Right. Well, just like
oh great.
the the opiate industry, you know, for at one point in time, I'm going to say 75% of American people were on pain pills for everything, whether it be arthritis. You know, Sassy brings this up. My back issue way back in the day, I was put on them initially. I didn't want to take them anymore, so I stopped taking them a long time ago. But here's where we are now. We have all these drug addicts that are now going from pain pills, because you get addicted to the point when you have them that you can't function without them.
Well,
So
there you go.
everybody becomes an addict then, and then they move when they no longer can get the pain pills because the DEA has stepped in with these doctors and taken over. So now the pain pills are gone. Where do these people go? So now
Oh no, Diego.
you start
This is where the bullshit begins with it. It's all about the money, and they're not giving a fuck to begin with. There's
right.
drugs that they give drug addicts, like for opioids. That's basically another form of narcotic. It's basically they're drug dealing to these patients to keep them off of drugs. Like you're giving them drugs to stay off of drugs.
Oh, I know. They
It
have
makes no sense.
well, here's the thing for you. They give Suboxone and methadone and stuff like that, but that's to keep people from going to withdrawal and all these issues that you have from that stuff. And these people can't help it. It's not their fault. Their doctor gave them medication. Look, I took what was it? I think Percocet at one point for 5 years of my life when I first did this to myself, and it's like, wait a minute, this is becoming a problem. I could not get up and 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 live my life without taking this. So I very slowly got off of it. But at one point now, I'm taking something now because I don't want to take pain pills, and I'm allergic to, like, I have neuropathy really, really, really bad in my feet because of what happened in my back. Okay. And it's so bad that, like, my feet just sitting still, my feet feel like somebody has a blowtorch and they're flaming my feet. And then it feels like somebody's hammering nails into my feet. Okay. And that's ongoing. It's not just a coming and going thing. It's an ongoing thing. So I had to be put on, I'm allergic to gabapentin, which is what typically you would take for something like that. I had to be put on something completely different, which is a nerve deadener type medication. But at the same time, now I can't feel my feet, which is dangerous. And
Oh,
it's just what I'm saying. Like, there's so much different shit that they do to these people. Our bodies were not made to have all this synthetic and this homemade
mhm.
bullshit put in our bodies.
And
Okay.
it's sad. It's like everything's levels and all about money. It's like doctors are high status, and it's like they look down on other forms of treatment, like they're no good because they didn't go spend thousands and fucking however much it costs to be indoctrinated at these schools that have
Right.
interest. And it's like if that's not working, you gotta be medicated for life. And
Right. And here's the thing, like, there's a lot of people, and don't take me wrong, I'm not down on anybody that takes pain meds or anybody that takes Suboxone or methadone or anything like that. It's not, I'm not saying that at all. I took pain pills. I've been on this and that bit over the years. You have to do what you have to do to live your life, but they don't try to come up with anything else to give to people to help them. In some cases, there is nothing else, and I'll give you that. Okay. Some
well,
people, there is no other option, and you have to do what you have to do. In this point in your life, it is what it is. But a lot of these doctors don't give you that option in the beginning. It was never given to me in the beginning. He just said, "Here, take this, and you'll be okay." And I was.
that's the thing. They think every addict is the same. It's like, what if an addict was an addict because they had chronic pain? What
Right.
if an addict was just coping with whatever mental illness they had? Like they don't pinpoint it. They don't like pinpoint the treatment towards each patient. Every patient is the same, and here's a prescription. Like they don't give a shit.
I absolutely agree. I do. I absolutely agree. Like, Lola, I absolutely understand your situation. Like this morning when you said that you have to get up and do this and do that so that you can just walk without a walker. That's horrible. That's where I'm at. I have to get up, like I said, when I wake up in the morning, and it's not any kind of quality of life for anybody. You know what I'm saying? It really isn't. I have to wake up, sit on my bed for 6, 7, 8 minutes, feel my legs again, because throughout the night when they're up like that, they go numb because of my problem. Then I touch the floor and hope that my legs aren't going to give out, and I start walking. I have to go get in the shower, and I have to hold on to something when I'm in the shower so I don't fall, because that happens sometimes. And then get my body warmed up with all that, and then I start moving. Okay, I have to go through all that just to be able to walk in the mornings. There's some people that don't even have that to help them. That doesn't work. Okay, so anybody that is in this situation in their life, I feel for you in whatever form it is, whether you have to take pain meds or you're on the stuff that takes you off pain meds or any of that thing. It all stems from that situation. Like there are no other options for a lot of people, and it's really, really sad. And that's what I'm saying is that there should be multiple options for people to be able to function in their life without having to go through all this shit. And it's
You
just
know,
so very sad.
my thing is, why don't they just get to the root cause of it? What causes it? Like,
Because that's
they always
where
have a solution. They don't never have a like how do we prevent it? How can we reverse it? I mean, they always love to try to reverse aging like that shit matters, like superficial bullshit.
right, and see, Sassy is saying right here. This is it right here, Becca. In a nutshell, this is it. This is where this takes people to in their lives. She said, "My son's grandmother jumped off the sixth floor of her high rise because they took her pain meds away, cold turkey, and now she's gone forever." And that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
Some of these
yep.
people have been on this medication so long they cannot imagine living their life without it. And then there's some people, like I said, Miss Lola, that can't even get up and walk across the room without her walker unless she has this medication in her system. Like it doesn't.
Well,
It's not fair to anybody. And what I'm trying to say.
didn't Big Daddy government come in and like put a cap on the pain meds to control it after the epidemic and stuff? But I
Yes,
think they
yes,
eased back on it.
they did absolutely. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead with what you're saying.
But I think they rolled back on the tightness of how doctors can prescribe it and stuff. It's just they created this problem and like I don't know, man. Like all these opioid companies are getting sued and they're paying out, and it's like, what are you gonna do with that money? Like, are you giving it to the victims? Like, what are you doing with the money from these lawsuits? Like, cause it's fucked up. It's just a mess. It's
One
like
second, Becca.
the doctors put you in a one shoe fits all category. Like you could have chronic pain, they just like you said, they'll just take you off the meds and they don't care. Cold turkey, like I don't know, it's yeah.
Sorry about that. So yeah, there's a lot we could actually talk about in this situation, and it just goes on and on and on and on. It's really really sad. Sassy just said that they're even taking away elderly people's pain meds, and they're doing it cold turkey. These people have been on some of this stuff for years and years, and it's causing their bodies to go into shock. And it's just bad. Um, and Lola says that she don't take narcotics. No, I understand that completely, Lola. There's different versions of pain medications that you can take that. Like I said, I was taking at one point Percocet, and then I was taking something else too that I think was synthetically based called tramadol, which did nothing to help me. And now, like I said, I'm lucky enough it doesn't really help. It takes a slight edge off of my issue. How you doing, Austin? And it's a combination of Tylenol and ibuprofen together. It barely touches my issue. It just makes it. How can I put it? It makes it to the point where I can walk. I'm still in pain, but it's not to the pain that where I have to just stop and grab something. And you know what I'm saying? But it's still not
My
enough.
thing
There's,
is, where's
there's
the
so
long
much
term
hit or miss.
solution? Everything's a pill, which have long term side effects. It's like, where are the long term solutions? Like, why is everything a synthetic pill?
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, see, here's the thing. Like with my situation, a surgery for me could result in me being paralyzed, and that's why I said no. I'm not doing it. I'm not taking the chance. I'll just deal with it like this. And other people's situations I've seen and heard where they're talking about the same types of surgeries can cause other problems, which would make it even worse. And then it's just it's a never ending circle. There's nothing that can be done about it. In some senses, we all just have to live with what we have, deal with it, and hope that that the outcome is good. In other senses, people have choices. I've seen instances where people have a choice to where they can have a surgery that's not such a big deal or have pain medication, and they'd rather be on the pain medication until they don't have a choice anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, until it kills your liver.
Oh,
Like,
well, and that's the other problem. You have to take one with the other because it'll eat your liver up or cause kidney issues or this and that. So, in a sense, and you're right about one thing. I will say that unfortunately, a lot of these medications that you do have to take for pain or to reduce the inflammation, they cause a side effect that can be more detrimental to you later in your life, which is another problem that we have to be on something else for. Or if we are lucky enough to not have that problem, you don't. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, it's bad all the way around. I feel for anybody that has to go through. I mean, I know between my neck and back pain and my legs and this and that, it is not any form of a good quality of life for anybody. It really isn't. It's horrible. It's depressing. That's another thing. It's caused chronic depression and anxiety in my life having this issue because I can't just run outside and play with my grandkids and do the things with my son that I wanted to do. Um, and that's not fair to them, and it's completely unfair. You sit and watch your grandkids run around and do this and do that, and you want to get out there and do it with them, but you can't. It's very disheartening. It really is.
yeah.
So on that end of it, I guess it is what it is, and we just got to do what we got to do. And like I said, I fault no one that has to do what they have to do to avoid that issue or that pain or anything. I fault our government and our medical systems for not giving us better options or more options in that sense, and or our insurance companies because we can't afford to do certain things in some senses. There's some people that I know that have an option, you know, uh, that I met when I was going to a pain clinic that have the option to be able to have certain surgeries to correct their issues, but their insurance doesn't allow it because it's not looked at as a necessity. I think that's ridiculous. Or they can't afford to pay the co-payments or whatnot that they have to pay, or the not the co-payments, but the deductibles because their insurance is so high.
Yeah,
So
don't get me started into the
there
medical
again
and
is another issue.
hospitals and
Exactly,
stuff.
it's a whole other issue, and that is
Their
what our
payment
government has
system,
done to
their
us as a people.
pricing.
Say
It's
that
just
again.
bad. The way they charge the patients for different treatment and medication and IV bags, and it's like the way they try to get money, even though the insurance is gonna pay for it, like they try to get you.
Oh, I know, I know. Lola, yeah. See, that's the thing, Lola, is I'm allergic to Excedrin. It does help, but I have reactions to the I think it's the caffeine in that. I'm allergic to Neurontin and diclofenac both. I cannot take either one of those, and I've tried, and it causes a really bad situation for me. So I can't do that. So I have found, and that becomes with another good thing that oxycodone is actually safer and better for your liver than taking Percocet or Tylenol. So there we go. But I
Have you
take
tried anything alternative?
there really isn't anything for me, hon. I take ibuprofen and Tylenol together, and that seems to be my only thing. I'm allergic to the alternatives, which are gabapentin, Neurontin, Dilantin. Any of those, I cannot take because they all have the gabapentin in them, so I can't do that. I've done physical therapy. I've done water therapy, which does actually help a little bit. I've had cortisone shots in my back. That did not work. That actually caused me more problems. I've had,
What about the Chinese medicines? Any of those? Like,
actually, I've started using some stuff from the health food store that I have down the road here. It's a health, they sell like all the healthy vitamins and stuff like that. I have found that there's a couple things that I can take. One's called NAC, and there's another one that is a cherry extract that actually helps me with some of my things slightly. And I think that's why I'm okay where I'm at now because I take that on top of the Tylenol and ibuprofen stuff. There are a lot of natural remedies that can help in some senses, but from what I found, a lot of them are only temporary. Now, there's
But
others.
aren't pills just temporary too? Like you gotta
Well,
weigh the pros and the
to an
cons,
extent,
right?
yeah, but not really because it's an ongoing situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There really is not a good answer to a lot of this in a lot of senses. My thing is, Lola said the same thing. She was very active, worked 2 jobs until she could lose those destiny. Unless you've gone through it, it's hard to explain it. It's just not. I even worked 2 jobs after I did it. I worked at the up until COVID hit. I worked for the Napa Auto Parts for a short period of time, and I also worked because my wife's family owns a pizza shop in the town that we lived in. And at that time, I worked for them in the evenings, and staying active, I think, helped me. But then when COVID hit, I went to where I was doing nothing again. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't work anymore. They shut that stuff down.
Yeah.
And being non-active for so long, it kind of like degressed me some more. And if you can't come back from it, so I still try to be active, and I still try to do this, and I try to do that, and it's there really is not a good answer for any of this. It's just what we do, what we can do, and I think every one of us that goes through this is always looking for a better solution or a better answer to it
Yeah.
every day of our lives, but there really isn't anything to go with, unfortunately. So, welcome back, Flower, and welcome, Darwin. I'm sorry, I just saw you guys.
It's just about having a steady routine and just keep pushing forward. I think.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever works, you go with what works, and you hope that it keeps working for you, and that's pretty much it.
Not
So,
everyone, is the same.
yeah,
Something that
everybody's
works for
situation is
something,
different, truthfully.
and it sucks because doctors always it's that like everywhere, like even in schools and jobs, everyone thinks you're the same. Everyone's the same. It's like
Yeah,
that's where they mess up in shit. In school and education and in the doctor's office. It's like it really messes shit up.
yeah, and you know what, Lola, that's one of the reasons why I stopped doing that because those injections were not FDA approved, and the doctors push them because they're trying to get something that works for this or that, and they get a kickback from it, of course. But I don't know what they're putting in there when they say they're injecting me with this or that, and you don't know what the side effects are going to be, and it could make things worse down the road from you. So I kind of backed away from that kind of stuff. So everybody's like Flowers keeps saying that everybody's DNA is different and it's going to react to different situations, and you just don't know. But guys, I hate to do this because this has been a really interesting stream for me. I've enjoyed it very highly, and I've enjoyed all you guys being here. But I think I'm going to need to end it because I got to do some stuff today.
Thanks
So,
for having me, Diego.
what's that?
Thank you for having me up, Diego.
Oh, no. Thank
It
you.
was fun.
You're welcome,
sad,
guys.
yeah.
Anytime, like I told you guys, you're welcome to be up here at any time. So thank you so much for being up here. I tell BBY, I said, hey.
Well, thank you again, and I hope you have a great day.
You too. Please do. And everybody else, guys, this has been really informative to me and to other people, I'm sure. It's been a great conversation. And again, I enjoy these conversations and these streams like this a whole lot. And I want to thank everybody that's been here. Of course, Kimberly, Miss Amy, Cecilia, thank you so much. Miss Happy that was here this morning. Of course, Rebecca, BBY. Cecilia, I said, let's see here. Who else did I have in here today? Broken, of course, always. Strike First was here. Thank you so much for being here. I think I said Kimberly. Of course, we always love having you, Kimberly. Let's see. Who else did I have in here today? Rusty Mind, thank you so much, sir. Kyle Brown, absolutely. Miss Bambi, thank you so much for being here. Of course, Sassy, we love you. Thanks so much, son, for being here. Anybody that did happen to donate, again, to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, thank you so much. That is still streaming down there because I am still working on getting one more highly expensive piece for this computer, and then I will be completely done and running the right way, guys. So if you did donate, thank you so much. If you plan on donating, thank you so much. And even if you haven't donated, I still appreciate you 100%. Let's see. Bambi, Sassy, of course, Sassy. Always great conversation with you, hon. Appreciate every bit of it. And Sunny, thanks so much for coming over again, hon. Appreciate everything that we talk about. Always, Lola. It's always informative when Miss Lola's here because she has so much to talk about and it makes so much sense. We appreciate you so much. Mr. John Hagee, thank you, sir, for popping in. I appreciate having you here, sir. Big fan of yours and what you do, sir. Let's see here. Kentucky Girl Hun, thanks for stopping in. Mr. Austin Ferris, thank you, sir, for stopping in. Of course, Flower S, I appreciate having you here always. And I think that does it all. For anybody I may have missed, of course, I love and respect all of you guys so much. You guys know that. And I appreciate having you guys here. Whatever stream I'm doing, it's so great to have you guys here at any given time. So I want you guys to all have a wonderful day. I don't know if I will be on tonight or not, but if I am and anybody's there, I will see you then. And if not, I will see you next time. You guys have a great day. I love you and goodbye.